Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I'm joined by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Senior Economist, aka Shy Girl. Tracy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, all.
What's going on overnight? It looks like the equity markets are back trying to make new highs again.
Absolutely. So overnight, the U.S. and Iran opened fire at the Strait of Hormuz, with each side claiming the other initiated the attack. U.S. CENTCOM said in a statement that its forces intercepted an unprovoked Iranian attack and responded with self-defense strikes as three Navy destroyers transited the strait late Thursday. Earlier, Iran accused the U.S. of violating the two countries' fragile ceasefire by striking multiple targets in and around the strait, a central choke point in the ongoing war. President Donald Trump reportedly said that the ceasefire remains effectively intact and calling the strikes, quote unquote, just a love tap. Moving on, we have stocks are obviously near all-time highs again. So, of course, we have RBC Capital Markets has now raised its year-end target for the S&P 500 from 7,750 to 7,900, citing resilient earnings growth and continued strength in AI sectors. That implies a 7.7% upside from the current closing on Thursday. Moving on, we had the FAO come out today. Global food prices have climbed to their highest level in more than 3 years as the Iran war has disrupted supply chains. They say that commodity prices for food have gained 1.6% in April from the previous month. They said the agri-food industry is resilient for now because they are selling what they've already produced, but this will change very quickly as commodity and energy costs are transmitted, and then we will feel it as consumers in the market. So again, we keep talking about this. Inflation is certainly not over, and again, we have the UN Food Index people saying exactly the same thing. We haven't even begun to feel this yet. So inflation's still on the horizon. Trump threatened the EU with with more tariffs. He gave the EU a deadline until July 4th to ratify its trade agreement with the U.S. Otherwise, we were going to raise tariffs much higher. He didn't say exactly what that was. So we'll see on a Truth Social post late Thursday. Trump issued the new trade deadline during a great call with the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in which he said both leaders agreed Iran could never possess a nuclear weapon. Obviously, markets have moved way past tariffs and really don't care about this extra 25% on cars and trucks. And then we have the tech sector. Challenger Gray came out. The tech sector has announced 33,361 job cuts in April. Year to date, that now totals 85,411, the second highest since 2023. We've talked about this too. We know that the tech sector is literally cutting jobs, so in a way to save money instead of cutting back on CapEx plans. And then really interesting, really quickly, I know we're running out of time. Actually, I'll talk about that with Blake. Let's move on to the data really fast. We have at 8:30, we have non-farm payrolls this morning, obviously, and then at 10 a.m., University of Michigan sentiment, 1-year inflation expectations, and 5 and 10-year inflation expectation. Also, trade sales and wholesale inventories. I think obviously non-farm will be important, and that sentiment number and inflation numbers will also be important at 10 a.m., so keep an eye on that.
So, Shy, the tech sector taking it. We're not in the tech sector, I hope, are we?
Are we in the tech sector? No, let's hope not.
Oh man. Anyway, Awesome. Let's get the Pipsar in here right away. Blake Morrow is with us this morning as usual on a Friday. Blake, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good to see you guys. You guys look nice. You guys, happy Friday. You guys smiling, excited for the weekend.
Yeah,
Smiling,
maybe. Yeah.
placing sports bets before.
Now, I was going to call you some degenerates this morning, but I was holding back. But here you go, you guys.
Listen, we get together, we talk about what we're gonna do, what we're gonna do today. Our pre-show prep includes Kalshi bets on a National Hockey League, so that's just an important part of it.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. So, Tracy, you said you were saving something for me when I came on with you. So, what were you thinking?
No, it wasn't like for you specifically. I was but I was running out of time to talk about it. But I had a really Brian from PIQ brought up a really good point. Because I was talking with him earlier. He said that most of the big oil traders have already made their money and are out of the market. And so he thinks, like, be prepared to see, $3 to $5 swings easily in the market because of the liquidity is drained out, because all the big players, again, have made all their money and they're pretty much out of the market right now. And so more volatility expected in the crude oil markets. I know that for a year we barely budged, and so it looks like we're back in that regime where we're going to have pretty wide price swings. So if you're trading it, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I don't want to cannibalize this whole conversation, but FX is very similar. The dollar market is, you can see the liquidity's thinning out. Everybody's in this range environment. We're just waiting for the next steps. And when you're talking about the market overall, and you could probably reference the crude oil market as well. Everybody knows that that at some point, especially if the strait remains closed, it's going to start to bite. It's going to start to bite the economy. How the market's going to position itself for that type of outcome is really, coming down to what happens, here in Iran over the next couple of weeks. At some point, there will be that inflection point where, the market starts, really, getting more aggressive on, getting long crude oil, long the dollar if there's military action, but we're in really tight ranges waiting for whatever the next step might be, and it's like a game of chicken between the U.S. and Iran in a certain respect. But it also is that way in the markets as well. It's kind of a game of chicken where, who's gonna blink first.
Yeah, and by the, on that point, Kem had a post the other day saying, "Hey, this war is about petrodollars. It's not about crude oil necessarily." How do you guys feel about that, Shai? What do you think?
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, everybody talks about the petrodollar. Yes, crude oil is mostly traded in dollars, but that I would say over the last decade or so, that has changed a little bit. And we are seeing crude oil traded in other currencies, particularly the yuan, some actually in the rupee. And so I don't know that, I don't put as much credence on the U.S. needs to save the petrodollar as much, because I don't think it's as important as, say, it once was, particularly because we have all of these sanctions. We have, we've got Russia out of SWIFT. We've got Iran out of SWIFT. And so I think the dynamics of that have changed a little bit over the last decade, and particularly within the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, what do you think about this, Blake? With Russia, China, Brazil, trying to create a different pathway for paying for this stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we see it in underlying. We see it in the FX market where people just. I always go back to, no one really wants to own the dollar. They buy it. Like myself, I'll get long dollars because I feel it has to be a hedge if there's some sort of escalation militaristically. But once we get past like this Iranian situation, I think the dollar is going to get slapped because central banks have obviously, we've seen it, the trends in precious metals, they've moved towards, owning more gold, less dollars, as Tracy, you just pointed out, they're transacting less in dollars. It would take a pretty massive event to get the dollar really, rallying in a substantial way. You have to think like GFC, type of situation, which, I maybe private credit eventually blows up. Maybe the almost said sublime. It is like 5 a.m. over here. The subprime loan industry is really underwater. Maybe it's bigger than we all realize. Whatever the case may be, that's when the tide comes out and everybody's like, oh, you don't own any dollars and you don't have any shorts on right now, so, yeah. But we're nowhere near that right now. And I think the dollar's like got this consistent selling pressure as a result of, just diversification away from the dollar to a certain extent.
Yeah. Well, let's let Blake get a cup of coffee really quick and go over the daily lineup that we have this morning. All right, there we are. It's Capital Preservation Friday. Blake is already in the house. PAX is coming up next with me for extended amount of time. Looking forward to that. And then we have Christian and XYZ. They're going to be trading midday markets, and they're going to be joined a little bit later by Lumi and Stowe. And remember, we're going to go to 1 o'clock on Fridays. So a lot of good trading this morning. Can't wait for that to happen. So let's go back to currency pairs really quickly. I do want to ask about, because the Aussie dollar keeps trying to break out. And it just keeps trying. Even sellers come in, push it down a little bit, boom, and then it just rallies again. And we're looking at a breakout to the upside, maybe. How do you feel about that trade, Blake?
That's a great. I'm happy you brought that up because it's actually a pretty big deal. If you look out on a weekly chart, you got a 618 retracement of. Oh shoot, I can actually give you the data, give you the numbers right now. I just have to look at my other screen here. You take the range basically from 2020, like post GFC or post COVID lockdown, right? You take that high. Then you take it to the low back in 2025 last year. We're actually at the 618 retracement, which is the golden fib level, right? It's like really important. But if you take the last like 2 years worth of data, we're at 127% extension. So what we did is we actually broke above those levels. As you were pointing out, market's been pretty bullish on the Aussie. Aussie's a high beta risk currency, moves with risk. So as stocks have been going higher, it doesn't surprise anybody that the Aussie's been, had a decent bid. Plus the RBA has been really hawkish. They've been raising rates, even though they look like they're going to pause after the rate hike last week. But regardless, they are a more hawkish central bank. So the Aussie's been trying to break out above that 72 cents level. And we happen to be above there right now. But yesterday it was a false breakout. So and it sank because of the love tap, as you so put, Tracy, the love tap that the U.S. was sending over to Iran. That actually sent the Aussie. I know, the love tap. Anyway, the Aussie came off a little bit as a result, but we're bouncing back as the market is still hoping there is going to be some sort of peace agreement.
Yeah, and in chat, I can't help but notice the Aussie's price is tracking pretty closely, pretty positively correlated with the commodities, the metals in particular. So that's kind of a unique relationship there, right?
Well, absolutely. And it's because Australia has so many natural resources. It is considered somewhat of a commodity currency. They have a lot of mining there, natural gas, and so it is correlated to that, just as the CAD is as well, with all of the mining and natural resources there, oil, etc.
Yeah. Well, let's pivot to the yen. The yen is sticky. It's staying up here. Blake, what's next for the yen?
If you were in the mind of Donald Trump, I could. And you knew what he was going to do next, I think I could tell you what the yen's going to do. It is
He's
one
not
of those
in his mind. What do you mean?
Well, put it this way: if we ever have a peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran, if one, and you guys, I'm sure you'll be in the comments below saying it's never going to happen, or it's definitely going to happen for whatever your reasoning may be. And look, I'm. There's a lot of 14-point plans going around, and I'm not sure they're ever going to jive. So whether it happens or not is to be seen. But if there is something that ever does happen and we do get a peace agreement, probably the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to buy yen, because people would say, hey, Japan's going to be able to get, the crude oil it needs. Japan's going to, they're obviously going to feel a lot of inflation. So the yen's going to eventually strengthen because the BOJ is going to have to raise rates probably quicker than other central banks. So immediately I'd be buying yen and I'd be selling dollars at the same time. So if there is a peace agreement, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be buying yen personally. But until then, if there's more military action, the yen's just going to come back under pressure. And I was talking with Craig Shapiro like a week and a half ago, and he was, we were kind of putting on our conspiracy theorist hats and saying maybe the Ministry of Finance and the BOJ is actually, doing a little bit of intervention right now because they are in touch with Bessent, and maybe Bessent has led on that, we are eventually going to, have more military action in Iran, and they have to get ahead of it and maybe do a little bit of intervention, which they've done. So it's a tricky one. I have to say it all hinges on what transpires in the U.S. Iranian situation in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, awesome. Let's pivot over to crude oil. I mean, Shai, we have Brent over 100 again. We have WTI a little bit over 95. Why aren't these prices way higher?
I mean, it's still higher for longer. I mean, we're talking about 95 like it's nothing. We were, 55 to 65 this time last year. So let's not kid ourselves. It's much higher than it has been for a very long time. In fact, we were in that range for over a year. But I think, again, I think there is a lot of talk that, again, that the big traders are out of this market now. So easily moving around. I think it wants to move past it. And there are, some conspiracy theories, because Japan brought it up, that they might consider selling oil futures to prop up their currency, essentially. That has not happened as far as we can tell, but they were considering it. So there's a lot of, and then there's, the U.S. brought that up in the past. So there are some people thinking that might happen. We have the CFTC and the DOJ now investigating some short trades that maybe came a little, 30 minutes before market announcements. So there is that going on. So there is manipulation in the market. But again, I think around 100, the market can handle this. The economies can handle this. This would not throw us into necessarily a global recession. Of course, emerging markets will be hit a lot worse than anybody else at these levels. So I personally don't want to see it that much higher because I don't want to see us in a global recession by any means. But again, yes, I do think the market should be higher, but the fact is, it's not. And so this is what the market is telling you is fair value, at least for right now. But again, I want to stress, we are starting to see a lot more intraday volatility, $3, $4, $5, $6 moves easily in a day, which is a regime that we haven't seen in a while. And it is because of headline risk, but also because of those big players being out of the market now.
Hey, Jim, do you mind if I jump in real quick with a comment regarding, energy complex for Trace? Trace, how closely do you follow RBOB? I mean, I mean, people that are, following crude oil, that's one thing, but is RBOB really going to have the greater effect on the consumer at this point?
I think at these levels right now in the U.S., we're okay. Is it hitting the consumer in the lower part of the K? Absolutely. We're at $4 or $5 a gallon. That is certainly going to hit the consumer. We've heard, from a bunch of restaurants like McDonald's, Domino's, Wingstop, Shake Shack, all saying that they're starting to see their business being hit by the consumer discretionary funds being less than they were because they're spending more on gasoline. McDonald's said they expect to see this worse in Q2. So did Domino's. So this is, yes, it is affecting the consumer. But, if you go, again, we're fairly insulated here because if you look towards Europe, their gasoline is like $12 to $15 a gallon right now. So we're getting hit a lot less. Yes, it is going to be a drag on the economy, but we're not at a place yet that it's going to be that terrible. Now, the problem is, and diesel is another whole entire issue because that runs the economy. It's transportation, it's everything moving around. A higher fuel costs for transportation means that that gets passed on to the customer too. So you have to look at the product market, and the issue is that we are drawing our stocks down very quickly, particularly because our exports have now exploded. In fact, last week we had the largest exports of products ever in the history. Wow. There was 8.2 million barrels a day. That's drawing down our stocks. Our distillate stocks are now 11% below the 5-year average, gasoline 4% below the 5-year average. So if we continue to export at that level and draw our stocks down, that is going to push up prices in the U.S.
That's scary. That's
I've got I've got an RBOB chart up on the screen right now. For those of you who don't know what RBOB is, it's gasoline futures, and it's highly correlated with crude, obviously. Although today we're seeing a little bit of divergence between RBOB and crude right now, so we're down a little bit on RBOB, up on crude. But since the war started, this is up 47% in the futures market. This is a pretty big move up. We're kind of in this rotation zone today, right now, and we have this old area of resistance, which is now support. So I'm looking at 3.35. Give or take a couple of ticks as kind of a downside potential. Maybe it lines up nicely with the 21 EMA, but I had to put extensions up on my chart just to figure out what the next step is. And really, I have 100% extension up here, just short of $4. So I don't think this run is over on RBOB.
You know what I love, Jim, is I love. Oh, I'm sorry, Trace. I was just going to say I love that classical technical analysis never changes, and Jim's previous resistance is current support. You can see how the market's respecting there. And that is something that traders have been using for literally 100 years. So when Jim says stuff like that, make sure you guys take it all in.
Sorry, Tracy.
Oh, I was just going to add, and we haven't even hit driving season yet, summer. So,
Ooh,
yeah.
Just beware that we might see higher prices this summer.
Yeah, but you're right, Blake, about that. Support becomes resistance, resistance becomes support. I learned that from Jack Bros. He was a knob trader down at the board a long time ago, and he had a website, Bros on Bonds. He was a character, man. He was a great dude. But anyway, it's funny how you learn these kind of things decades ago from these characters.
And but it still rings true today. When you talk traders, and most of the traders that I know, they're more concerned about levels. And previous support becoming current resistance or vice versa is such a big inflection point in the markets that you can trade them. And as traders, we're just looking to capture little bits and pieces off of those key inflection points. And that's why I think it's good that you traders take it all in and put that information in your memory bank for further use decades down the line.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's shoot over to interest rate. Shy, Treasury bonds kind of sitting around that 113 level right now, wondering which way to go.
Well, I think, yes, they are wondering which way to go. I mean, we really haven't moved for quite a while. I know that's probably a big, kind of what did you call it? What is it?
My Big Mac? Yeah.
Between your top and bottom bun, that's still, we've been in quite a range. And I think we need to find out what is going to happen with this war. So that this market can find some sort of direction. And I also think that we're probably in a holding pattern until we start to get more data as far as inflation is concerned. We are seeing that TIPS market kind of tick up. That's your 5-year inflation expectations. Yeah. You also have 10-year inflation expectations ticking up. And so that's going to be a problem for the bond market.
Yeah, 10-year chart looks a little different, but not too much different. The one thing that's been kind of constant is when we dip into that 112 handle in the bonds, a little bit less than 112.15, we get to that 5% cash yield, buyers come back in and push us back up. Now we're a long way away from the top of the consolidation range. This is 14, 23, 30 seconds, but we're pretty solid in the middle. And we've traded this price. If you go all the way back here, we've traded this price pretty nonstop since March 20th. So again, and there's no Fed interest rate drama happening right now, right? We're tracking no change, maybe a hike in December 2027. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I think that being a hike in 2027 might not be. I might be a little bit too lax because we have Kevin Warsh. He's probably going to get the. I think the nomination is next weekend, if I'm not or next week, if I'm not mistaken. Tracy could probably confirm that, as she's really up on the news, probably more so than anybody I know. But the fact of the matter is that inflationary pressures are going to be problematic, not just for the U.S., but the rest of the world as well. And I know as much as everybody wants the Fed to be more dovish, the fact of the matter is they might have to be more hawkish, and they might actually have to shift expectations a little bit for a rate hike sooner rather than later. And as much as President Trump wouldn't like to see that, it's just facts are facts. Inflation is inflation, and it is giving some upside pressure globally. What do you think, Trace?
Yeah. Well, Shai, also, though, I just want to add, you think Warsh is going to be able to move the needle with the rest of the committee if he wants to be dovish?
I do not. I think that we have seen FOMC members come out this week talking. We'll have some more next week talking. And they're all pretty much saying the same thing, that they're worried about inflation. So I think in the last meeting, I think the fact that they had dissenters on the language was them sending Warsh a message saying, we more than anything, because it really didn't matter, so you dissented on the language. We didn't want, easy language in there. And it sounds like nothing, but I really do think that was a message to Warsh that, you don't come in here and think that you can just cut rates immediately because, we are concerned about this.
And we are a committee.
Yeah.
Right. By the way.
By the way, just in case you forgot.
Yeah. But I there's even Susan Collins from Boston. They're starting to come up with, hey, we're going to slow our roll more than you guys even think.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that happens. Well, we're getting close to non-farm payrolls, and we're going to bring in the mighty Pax here into the discussion. So here he is. Pax, good morning.
Morning, Jimmy. I love that beard. You look like a Franciscan monk.
Always comes out with a zinger. Pax, first thing in the morning. I love it.
Good morning, Blakesky. Hello, lovely Tracy.
Good morning, Pax.
Great conversation. Thank you for that. I mean, it was a great conversation, and I put out a question yesterday on Twitter if the bonds are signaling a rate hike or a rate cut, just to see what the conversation would be, and it was very smart. It was very good.
So, Shai, break down non-farm payroll for us. It's going to be or unenjoyment Friday or whatever you want to call it.
All right. So prior, we had 178,000 jobs, which is a huge outlier number to the upside. The survey this week is 65,000. The whisper number is 72,000. So we'll see how that actually comes in. We'll see, I guess. And the change in private payrolls prior was 186,000, and survey this week is 75,000. So we did have a huge outlier number last time. So we will see expectations are much lower for this week. So we'll see how that looks when it comes out.
All right. Well, we got about 30 seconds or so before the release. I'll keep the bond market up. We'll also kind of look at the equity market, see what they're doing when the number hits. But how do you get a whisper number?
from my super secret insider chat.
Can't tell you.
Can't tell you.
Goodness.
Super secret.
It's super secret.
And
Well, I don't know. S&P's flirting at 7,400 right now. We've seen that top being a lot of resistance there last couple of days. And like we already mentioned, bonds middle of the road here. We'll see what happens.
All right, so 115,000,
Wow.
much higher than expected. And private payrolls also much higher than expected at 123,000. So labor market's looking much stronger than it was earlier this year, for certain.
Wow. Well, so we ticked above that 7,400 level at 7,405-ish right now. We'll see where this thing settles down, if it does settle down. But man, oh man, these equities are bullish right now.
Yeah, one of the things is the average hourly earnings came down a little bit, and that's weighing a little on the dollar at the moment. And you can see, like, if you look at like the dollar yen, it's actually near its lows of the session as a result of that. Even despite the strong headline number, that average hourly earnings says maybe price pressures aren't as strong as they would be, which is going to keep the Fed more on the dovish side. That's why equities are having a positive response right now.
Yeah, but the bonds are selling off a little bit. The bonds caught a bid and they're right back down to 113, and they're trying to offer below that. So it's going to be interesting now to see what the response is.
So it was that knee-jerk reaction, right, Pax?
Yeah.
Well, first bid, the bonds bid made a high, and then they came off 6-7 ticks.
Yeah.
Well, we had a March was revised up by 7,000. From 178,000 to 185,000. It's very rare we see a revision up.
An upside revision, right?
All right, conspiracy theorists, come on.
My head already started spinning.
But I'm gonna steal this from like my European team that was just saying this a couple hours back. This data ultimately it doesn't really matter. You just need to take what we've got right now, kind of shelf it. Remember, we're headline driven because of the Iranian situation. Do traders de-risk going into the weekend? But we're going to need this information like probably in the next month or two once we get past Iran, and then the macro starts to matter. But I think it's really important that as you guys pointed out, and Tracy, you just said the upside revisions. We haven't seen upside revision in God knows when, really.
And yeah, it literally in a very long time. So let's see. I just wanted to take a look to see where the upside was coming from, because it usually comes from healthcare. So yes, healthcare was up, obviously. It looks like that is healthcare and private service providing where most of the jobs fell.
Private service providing. What is that? Like service jobs?
I'm not even going to answer that. I'm not even going to go there. Not even going to go there.
So
that's like wholesale trade, retail trade, transportation, and warehousing.
Yeah. All right.
So we do have a special announcement. Today's a very special day for one of our key members in the production staff. It is Austin's birthday today. So let's give him a happy birthday.
It is. Happy birthday, Austin.
Happy birthday,
14.
Austin.
Austin is 14 years old.
He's Pax, he's officially half my age today.
Oh my goodness. I wish you wouldn't have said that. Yes, he is. Happy birthday, Austin. Austin is such a great young guy.
He is.
Happy birthday!
Oh my God.
That was Shab and Sav right there yelling into the microphone.
Oh my God. Yeah, but not only that, he does a fantastic job. So, all right, we're running up against time here, guys. I know, because Blake, I know you got to cut. Let's get some last second thoughts in really quick. Blake, you go first.
Well, we're heading into the weekend, and it still feels like that the markets want to believe that the U.S. and Iran are going to get some sort of agreement. The market's still on hopium. I don't think you want to fade this market. I think it looks really strong, and obviously after these numbers, it's hard to try to fade a stock market with strong jobs report that we just saw. So it does feel like we might see 7,400, maybe 7,450 today in the S&P. So I think the markets still look really good going into the weekend.
Awesome stuff. Shy Girl.
I think, still gold's been a great trade. We've been talking about that all week. Delhi specifically has been talking about that. Crude oil, it is very volatile, but it's still a very good trade. Just pick your levels and know that it's in a very volatile regime right now.
Regime.
Awesome, man. All righty, ready. Blake, thanks so much for being here with us this morning. Be sure you guys follow the Pip Czar on X. He's got a lot of great content he puts out all the time. Blake, have fun surfing this weekend, and look forward to talking to you next week.
See you guys. Have a great day.
Bye, Blake.
Shy, thank you. Of course, I will talk to you later today for sure.
Bye, Trace.
Bye.
Bye.
Pex, I love Friday mornings. I can't,
Me too.
I just love Friday mornings. Get to hang out with you for a while.
Me too. Me too. I love hanging out with you. I can't wait for well, I got to ask my wife if I can go, but I'm marrying my cousin this weekend. I'm officiating at my cousin.
Dude, that's called bigamy, man.
No, I'm officiating. As a frustrated priest. So, and he's young. He's 26 years old. I have aunts and uncles that are like my age, so first cousin younger. And I was thinking about a line from My Big Fat Greek Wedding. My wife is Greek, so she always likes to point it out. When I act like the head of the family, or I'm the head of this family. Yeah, but I'm the neck that moves the head of the family. So that made me think of, I'm in for August. Let's go to the Dodger game. Oh, wait, I better ask my my wife.
All right, I'm going to send it. I will send a letter of intent out to everybody who I think may be interested in going to LA on the August 15th, and we'll figure out who's all going.
Can you please send that letter of intent to mrspax@gmail.com. Don't send it to me, send it to her. Just kidding.
I'll let her know we desperately. She can come too. You should bring her. It's a baseball game. No way, huh?
We have season tickets for the Sox, so we'll see him twice this year. If I'm going to LA, I'm going to. Yeah, maybe I should bring her. Actually, I can't stand not being with her.
Yeah, there you go.
As much as I love you, I'd rather be with her.
Well, you could be with both of us at the same time.
That would be a good weekend.
Yeah. Any event. So, Pags, let's talk about equities. Let's get into this E-mini S&P thing. I mean, this has just been incredible. We're up over right now from that. Remember that we saw that peak low here at the end of March. Right now, we're up almost 17% from that peak low. On the year to date, we're up about 7.3%. This is kind of a rough napkin measurement I just threw up here on the chart. At this rate, by the time we get to midterms, if this keeps going, the S&P is going to be up 15% on the year. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
It's very interesting that you just pulled in the midterms in regards to this. That's very interesting in regards to this pump in the market. Talk about conspiracy theories. Anyway, I mean, if
but on that point though, it's an important milestone. I mean, there's going to be a concentrated effort in Capitol Hill and everywhere else, all the way down to the state level, to position themselves for re-election or for election. So there's going to be a lot of not only like policy-driven initiatives, but also the rhetoric around the policy. Right? It's good. You see the commercials already. It's just going to get more intense as we get closer.
100%. Yeah. Yes. And whether or not President Trump and MAGA has lost a lot of support, from the independents like me, or whether or not, and they're pointing to the stock market and saying, okay, I can stomach another vote for the right, or whether people are starting to think a little bit more independently. I don't know, but I think that inflation is going to be a huge issue as we head into the midterms. I saw a sign. You remember this? You remember the stickers that were on gas station, on the pumps at the gas station, whereas it was a picture of Joe Biden when gas prices were running, and it said, "I did this." I saw one the other day with President Trump saying, "I did this." That cracked me up.
Oh my God!
So who knows? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how any of this is going to shake out, and truthfully, I don't think anybody else does. You had a CNN poll saying that 100% of Republican voters were for the war in Iran. I don't know very many people that were for the war in Iran. So who knows how this is going to shake out? Now, as far as the markets go, with all of that said, I have no idea why we are as high as we are, why we have rallied 17 more plus percent off the 63.53 low in the S&P, and NASDAQ's even more. I don't know how that is or why that is. I don't care to know. It's not my job to know. I'm a trader. I am not an analyst. I am not paid to think. I am paid to react. Period. End of story. Or as the young people say, full stop. I'm not I'm not an analyst. I'm a trader, and I am paid to react, not to think. Full stop. So from a trading standpoint, this has been a phenomenal trade. As long as you're not overthinking it and overanalyzing it, if you're trading it and managing your risk, then managing your profit and learning how to exploit your profit, this is a tremendous year. The break from, where'd we start that break from? Like 69.02. Oh, 69 like 80. It's like 7,000. The break from 7,000, I think the high was 70.43.
Yeah,
the
70.43.
Yeah, the break from 70.43 down to 69.53 was great tradable price action. And this rally, if you were not overanalyzing and overthinking it, has been a tremendous boon to your pocket, your bottom line. Gold has been a great trade these last couple of weeks. It was quiet for a couple of weeks. It was great at the beginning of the year. It has been a great trade. The bonds are sitting, and not Tracy made this point earlier. Bonds are sitting, not going anywhere, but the bonds have been a decent range trade.
Well, let's go through these one at a time, though. Let's start with the S&P. Let's think about some upside targets here. Right now we're 74.08, I think is the high, something like that. Well, maybe not. The high, wow, 74.12 was the high so far, based on that release. What are you seeing as your upside levels, Pax?
In the
S&P.
I was trying to respond to Mia. Here you go, Mia. 70. Okay, so I put the math out on Twitter last week. It's so the swings from 67.96 are 202 point swings with 101 point ladder rungs. So go back, I think, to last Friday, and it'll you can see the math. So that takes us up to 70.99 to 7,200 to 7,300 to 74.02, 7,400. So if you go, and they're not just because they're big round numbers, it's mathematically based, just simple math, but the fact that they're big round numbers also helps. So it makes these levels more magnetic. So once we got above 7,200 I believe it was last Friday in the stream, we rallied up to 7,300. And then we broke from 73 back to 72. 72 held. That was along with the tight stop underneath. And you take those to 73. We get above 73. You take profit. You add more. Now we're above 74. Let's see how we open. We are unless there. This is not rocket science. Unless there's some sort of a tape bomb in the war, we're not going lower today. So don't pick tops. Don't pick tops in any market, man. And don't pick bottoms. Don't pick bottoms. Don't pick tops. You're better off buying them on the way back up and better off selling them on the way back down. So the next level now is going to be 74.02, 75.06. So 75, 75 even. It's every 100 points. 74.50 is the equal distance swing from the yearly. That's going to be an interesting level now, too. If you want to know that math, that's very simple. Anybody in the chat remember what the yearly opening range was? Oh, come on. I know you're on a delay, but people ought to know it. Here, I'll do it with
the yearly open was 69.02.
Right. 69.02. My AJ, that's not, you're cheating, AJ. You're in my group. You better know it. 69.02.
Because I wrote it on my chart.
That's good. 6902 minus 6353 is 549 points. Divided in half is 274 plus 6902 is 76 plus 274, 7450. So 549 points on the yearly. Capiche? Get it? 6902 to the low. 6902 to the low of 6353 is 549 points. Once we close above, we talked about it in the show a week or so ago. Once we close, or no, a month or so ago when we started the rally. Once we close above 6902, that Alexa move, 2 closes above 6902, takes us to 7450. So that is the now target based on the yearly, with the swing level coming up at around 7,500. So that's where the S&P is going to go. Now, we're either going to sit in this range today and establish a range and sit here and be quiet all day long because the numbers are out. We didn't get that big of a move off of it. So we sit here in a slight range, or we rally up to 74.5 and we settle. We're not screaming higher today, and we're not going to break unless there's some sort of a tape bomb.
All right. Well, we'll see when that bell rings. Where do you want to go next? Do you want to go to gold or NASDAQ, or what are you thinking?
NASDAQ. I feel like I disappoint everybody. I'm not as prepared to trade NASDAQ as I used to be, and everybody's got to kind of remember that I'm on like the tail end of my trading career and trying to get that prop company off the ground, and that's not fun for me because
let me be clear. You don't disappoint anybody, my friend. So
thank you, but usually I'm more prepared to talk about the NASDAQ, and I keep meaning to do it, and then I don't. Because I get a call and talk to this guy and that guy and the other guy about this or that or the other.
Well, the chart is looking even more spectacular. I mean, in the daily chart right now, we have what they call a bullish engulfing candle. Just compare the body to yesterday. Yesterday, I said this looks suspiciously like a turnaround doji. When I see this long trend up, and then all of a sudden, almost a perfect doji at the top of the trend, my radar screen goes off, and I call it a turnaround doji. Well, that's not the case today, and it's less likely that happens in the equity world, but in other markets, I kind of like to look for that formation in the daily. But right now, no, we're just lifting off and making more all-time highs. I mean, this is the hot stock index future right now.
Oh yeah, it is. Hold on, I'll tell you what the swing is and the schneers. Oh my God, we're way through it.
By the way, when did remember we used to call it used to be called unemployment report. It was on a Friday, right? And so we'd call it Unenjoyment Friday in the bond room because it was so volatile when that number came out. At some point, somebody changed the name of the report from the unemployment report to the employment situation.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. I thought you were going to say non-farm payrolls, and that's just confusing. They like to use words like QE, quantitative easing. Nobody knows what that means. Or non-farm payrolls. Nobody knows what that means. So unemployment.
By the way, Joseph Wang was on the show recently, and he has an awesome book, and it explains QE and all of that stuff. I think it's called Banking 101. Joseph Wang, everybody. I downloaded it. I'm halfway through it. A little bit heavy on the economic side, but you could learn what these terms really mean behind the scenes. He used to be a Fed guy. So anyway, sorry for the digression there.
No, that's not a digression. That's a progression. Anytime Joseph Wang talks, I listen to it. Anytime he writes anything, I read it. Joseph Wang is one of my favorite, economists, I guess, or macro analysts. He was a Fed. He worked at the Fed. He knows the plumbing. He knows the plumbing of the Fed better than anybody, except for maybe Zoltan Pozsar. And Zoltan Pozsar is I don't know what happened to him, but he's behind a paywall somewhere. But Joseph Wang is great, and the fact that he comes in, and gives us his analysis on NinjaTrader Live, I think, is great. I love Joseph Wayne.
Yeah, and he has a great story. He was a lawyer, and he's like, you know what, this Fed stuff is way more interesting. I'm going to start getting involved in this. And he kind of did a about turn in his career and got involved. So super nice guy.
And very, very smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was an attorney, right? And decided, like Leo Malamed, and decided, nah, it's not stimulating enough.
Yeah, there you go. Some
Uh,
people like the action. All right, so let's. You want to move on to gold?
yes, let's move on to sure.
All right,
Let's
let's
move on to
do that.
gold.
Let's do that. I mean, this is, I think Delhi's a super fan of gold right now. I'm just going to pull up. I shouldn't say super fan, but you know what I mean. So this is a daily candle chart here. It was kind of an interesting trade too because we wicked down to the yearly open here. That was at 43.40 on the 23rd of March, and then rallied nicely off of that, but then also retraced nicely, almost a 61.8% retracement, and then boom, we bounced off it. Really nice bottom, actually, by the way. But the one thing that struck me from a technical analysis point of view is that 150-day simple moving average, it's undefeated, man. I mean, we try to close below it, and nope. You can't do it. Try to close below it again. Yeah, okay, one candle close below it. Big deal. Boom, pop back up again. So that's going to be my guiding light going forward here is that 150 simple moving average, not exponential, simple. And then right now we got another bullish engulfing candle. We're tapping the 50 EMA. So it's looking pretty positive.
Why 150 and why simple? I like that. I'm going to put it up on my chart right now. As a matter of fact,
I think like technical analysis guys and market strategist
I always
guys.
use simple, but I mean, I always use simple. I never use exponential. But why 1.5?
Well, it's a major level, right? You can go 100, 150, 250, 200. You see all sorts of things, but if you go too far, you never get there, right? It's a rare event. And this is even a rare event. Let me just go back and show you. I mean, we had huge price separation for the longest time above this level. And then when it tapped it, it just reacted beautifully off it. And yeah, it corresponded with the yearly open as well, but set that aside. And now we're doing it again. So I like the fact that it's tight. I like the fact we stay above it. It makes I want to be bullish above it. And then, we'll see if we get further price separation to the upside, which this is suggesting.
That's actually a very interesting look. So if you pull up, if you put a 100-day up, 100-day up, and the 150 up, it's banging back and forth in that range.
Yeah.
That really, that is an interesting little look.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. We still have some, we have some really nice targets to the upside too. I mean, we have this kind of swing high that we saw on April 17th, and I'll tell you exactly what that price was. That was 49.17.7. Again, taking that out, we could keep moving to the upside here. Now, we got some ways to go. I don't know if we're going to do it today, but it's still a nice target there. And we're going to be above all of my shorter term moving averages, and that 80 EMA is crossing over the 21, which is bullish as well. RSI is moving up. So, all of these kind of broader concept technical analysis things are suggesting, hey, I'd rather be long than short.
No, well, I mean, I've been very consistent in my in gold. From my standpoint, I only want to own it. I love gold. I love gold. Silver's okay. Starting to become better friends with silver. I like trading silver, but I love gold, and so I want to own gold for. I've said this in almost every time somebody asks me about gold in our stream and in Sunday night and in the Sunday night show. I love gold. I own gold, and I want to own more of it. The trade, I don't experience FOMO at all. I've turned FOMO into JOMO, the joy of missing out, and I'm gotten very good at that because I know that FOMO will destroy me. FOMO will kill my career. Again, JOMO I can build on. So, but if there's one trade that I missed this year, it was buying gold at 4,100 when we broke down to it, and I had bids in 41.5, and I canceled when they came flying down there.
Oh man,
Yeah.
wait a second. That was You said 40. That was exact. That was at
The low.
exact low on the 23rd of March.
Yeah, I wanted to buy them between 4,100 and 4,150, and I had bids in, Jimmy, and I canceled them. I canceled them on Sunday night when they came flying down, and then it's been just it's been a beautiful rally all the way up. So I missed it, but I own gold from way below, and I'll find places to add to it. But gold's pivot here is 45.91. Now the pivot under the old quarterly pivot underneath there, or the monthly pivot underneath there, is 44.92. So 44.92, you're long to 45.91. Okay. Above 45.91, you're long, and you're going to take profit at 46.41, and you're going to take more profit at 46.91. So 45.91, 46.41, and then 46.91. Those are the levels that you want to trade. Above 46.91, it's another $40, $45. So above 46.91, you're going to be long up to around 47.40, and that's about where we're trading now, I think.
Yep, exactly.
So remember, we've talked a lot about this, or I have, is gold trades in very definable swings, and for a while it was like $100 and something swings. Now it's $45. Just call it $45, $45 to $50. But always it's just under $50 swings, but always take profit in front. So call it $45 swings. So the opening range today, and gold and crude have been great opening range trades. The opening range today in gold is the top of it is 47.19. So you're long above 47.19. You're going to take profit at 47. Just call it 47.40, and then add more above it. And where are we trading? Where'd my gold dome go?
47.41 spot.
There we go. So there. So you're going to take profit here, and call it 47.40. If you want to add more, you buy them now. Okay.
Where are we going next on the upside?
Up to 48 even. Now put your stop. Your stops are going to be tight. Okay. You're not going to turn. You're not going to turn a trade into an investment. Get in. Get out, RORO, right or right out. You can always put the trade back on, but you cannot get back lost money.
Now, I've got a line at 48.60. Is that one of your lines, or is that just a line I forgot about?
That's the 50%. That is the halfway back. It's there were the 50% fib, whatever. It's a halfway back between the high of 56.26 and the low of 4100. Takes us right to 48.60. So that the swing completes from 4100 back up to 48.60. And if you want to be a rip seller, if you want to be a top picker, that's where you're going to take it. That's where you're going to sell it with a tight stop above it. If we get above 48.60, then it's $100 swings with $50 swings with $50 ladder rungs up to 56.26 eventually.
All right, let me get 49.60 in there.
56.26 is a tradable high. 56.26 is not going to be the high for all that long.
Yeah, well, we got a long way to go to get there.
True that.
Yeah. All right, so that's the story of gold. Bonds or crude oil? What do you want to do next?
Oh, either one. They're both great trades.
Let's go to bonds. Treasury bonds is
the Labanza.
Easy peasy. I mean, my point of view here on bonds is every time we dip it below that 112, 16, 30 seconds, it's a buy. We're at that 5% yield, spooks the market. Buyers come in, cash market investors find it attractive for not only the yield, but for the capital appreciation prospect once rates do start changing. So that trade's worked out pretty well. You don't get that kind of dip very often, but when you do, I'm looking to get back up into that consolidation range, and that's really above that 113.11 30 seconds right now, and we're slightly above it as we speak.
Well, yes. So remember what the quarterly pivot in the bonds are. It's 113.10. So something's going on. Tape bomb. We got a tape bomb of some sort.
Tape bomb.
No, we don't. No, we don't. War's back on. War's off. Yesterday it was, oh, look, war's off. We're rallying like crazy. War's back on. We're breaking like crazy.
Dude, I got on a side note. You get all these news like all this dramatic statements that are just not factual, that are hitting X, that are hitting Financial Juice, that are hitting Bloomberg terminals, that are hitting everything, and I just don't know what to believe anymore. Oh, something's selling off big time in the S&P. Maybe not. Let's go check it out.
Bombs. Somebody's dropping bombs somewhere. Somebody's shooting something off somewheres.
Let's just pull up there we go. There it is. That's a news-driven candle. I can tell you that right now without even knowing what the news is.
So I stopped paying attention to the news at all. Like, I read something yesterday. Wendy Peppercorn, one of my favorite follows on Twitter, said something about this new virus. I was like, what are you talking about? Didn't know anything about some sort of a new virus. And then they were talking about it. So, I get my shy girl Tracy knows she's so brilliant, and for a lot of reasons. One of them is she knows exactly what the news that we need to know is. So she sifts through everything that traders need to know. She gives us her perspective, so does Craig, and then you give us the edge report, and that right there to me is all I need. I'm not going to sit. I don't watch CNN. I don't watch Fox. I sure as shit never going to watch MSNBC. And and I don't read. I have not read a newspaper since John Cass was fired from the Chicago Tribune. Shout out to John
He's got
Cass.
a blog, by the way. He does blogging.
Oh, I subscribe, and I'm a paid subscriber.
Yeah,
I love Cass.
it's a Chicago guy. Everybody listening to us, you don't know who John Cass is.
Yeah, John Cass is a Greek. Actually, he's like my dad loved him, and they were kind of friends. Not friends, but they knew one another. And then my wife's aunts, one of her old Greek aunts and Cass were very good friends. They were all from the same Greek parish. I love John Cass. So anyway, a little bit too for the Iran war than I am, but irregardless, he's great. He's a great follow too.
I think he's a dear old Oak Parker too.
Southsider.
Oh, he is?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
I thought he was Oak Parker. Okay,
Oakland.
Okay.
He went to he lived in Gage Park, like 59th in Western, and then moved from there to Oakland. His father's story is amazing. Actually, his dad fought the Nazis and the fascists with the Greek army. In the Greek army, and these guys didn't have bullets, and they were up in the mountains freezing and no food, and they barely survived. And then he came to America after the war, got married, and worked like my dad would say. No offense to anybody, but he worked like a Greek, and he was a butcher, and then started his own grocery store. That's a great line. He worked like a Greek.
I don't think I've ever heard that before, but okay, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
That means you work 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. You work like a Greek.
There we go. So we're back to everything's settled. The dust is settled. 7,400 in the S&Ps for whatever that was. Let's go back to bonds really quickly here. You were about to say the quarterly pivot. Did you say it was 113?
113.10. So
113.10.
Okay. My wife's Greek, George. So are my kids. That makes my kids Greek. By the way, George, my kids do not work like Greeks. When I come back, I want to come back as one of my sons. If there's reincarnation, my son Danny just got back from 2 weeks in Nicaragua surfing. 26-year-old kid.
Nice.
Anyway, so 113.10 is a quarterly pivot in the 30-year bond.
Okay.
And everything is going to, I don't know how to say this. Like you were talking about this big level of 113.11, right? And these levels are always going to come in after the quarterly pivot. So you're going to see them match up 69.02. Now, I mean, you look at 69.02 on a daily, weekly, or monthly chart in the S&P, you're going to see why they're so important. 67.96, 65.94. Also, or maybe the same levels, right? Yeah. And then also 113.10 in the bonds. You're going to just draw a horizontal line on a chart, and you're going to see how pivotal these prices are once the quarterly pivot sets. So you're long above it, short below it. What's going on now? Another tape on.
Yeah.
Bombing somebody. War's back on, war's back off. Maybe the war's on, so we're going to sit around 74 even.
Yeah, and we're like you. I mean, you said it in the beginning of the show. It's like, we're probably not going to have a rip roaring rally here unless we get some spectacular piece of news,
Yeah.
and we'll probably be a little bit of sideways bound action today. And that's so far that's the case. Now the bell hasn't rung yet, so we got another. Oh wow, it's coming up on it too. We got another 26 minutes though.
Did you say that like, oh God, we got another 26 minutes? Or
No,
did you
no,
say,
no,
like,
no,
yes,
no.
we have 26 minutes.
No, I'm dying for the bell to ring, man. I'm ready to go. I want to see your opening range trades and all that stuff. And we'll get into more detail on that in a second. Let's just pivot over to crude really quickly here, though. I just kind of wanted to show my thought process here. The war started on the 27th, technically. And then by March 9th, this is that Sunday night, Monday, where where everything hit the fan. And so I drew a volume profile, right? And I just wanted to say you could do this with the NinjaTrader platform. It's really easy to do. It's native to the thing. If you're this is part of the order flow package, I should say. And it tells me something important. So when we had that huge candle on the 9th, we closed at 94.77. And then when I compare that to the point of control where most of the volume, the price that's traded the most, it's 94.77. And what are we, a month later? More than a month later? I mean, that is incredible to me. This is price happiness right now in this market. We got volatility all over the place. We got, the moving averages are, like a bowl of spaghetti right now. But at the end of the day, we keep getting back to that 94.77.
That was great. Yes, right. So let me see. 94.7. Let me look at my spreadsheet. 94.77 is a great price. And for all those reasons. Now listen, this isn't rocket science. We make this so much more complicated than what it is. 94.77 is a pivotal price. You want to be long above it and short below it. I heard a trader not long ago on a stream say, I don't believe in pivots. All right. See you later. I do, so 94.77, if you're taking long above 94.77, you have something going right now, and if we get back below it and you take a short there, well, okay, you got something going there. And, crude wants to take out that low of 80, whatever the most recent low is, 89 something, and then underneath there to 81. Yeah. And then it doesn't. It wants to turn around and go, on the upside, and it wants to get above 100. Okay. Too much analyzation is that a word, analyzation? Too much analyzing.
It is now.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Southside English there, right there. So I'm going to use that again because it sounded smart.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think it's a real word. Too much analyzation is going to destroy us. As traders, unless you are putting out a newsletter and you are paid for your analysis, then by all means do that. But as independent traders or as retail traders, I don't like the word retail, but I suppose that's what we are. As independent traders, retail traders, we need to act and react to our plan, okay, and to our trading strategy. So the opening range has been, Derek, don't be telling everybody that. But yes, you're right. Derek's looking at my spreadsheet. 94.77 is a macro. It's a flattened zone going back to 2004. But
wow, that's amazing.
I was looking at my spreadsheet real quick, but my eyes are too bad. So I'm glad Derek did it. Deep Papak.
You're in good company there, my friend.
Yo, mama. Anyway, so look at Yo Mama. That's his name. Yo Mama. I shouldn't have said that on stream. Mission Control, can you please block that out? Yo Mama. All right, true. I've lost.
Yo Mama's here every day. We love Yo Mama. Thank you for being here, man.
I wish my mama was here every day. Oh, Maron, she's been gone since 08. All right, now here we go. Crude. Back to this. Opening range has been a great trade in crude. So as traders, we want to react and not think. And if you're reacting to the opening range right now, today, the opening range is 95.20. I think the bottom of the opening range is 95.21. So now crude is trading in 60 handles ladder rungs. So if you're short from 21, I got to do math. 21 minus 65, whatever that is. But once we get to 94.77, you can pay for your trade. Pay for your trade at 94.77.
We're around 94.60 then for your
All
target.
right.
Yeah.
So pay for your trade at 94.77, and if we get below 94.60, then sell more, and then you're looking for the next. Then let me tell you what the next target is in crude. Give me a second. Let me pull up my plan. Too many targets. Every day, my group, we put out a trade plan that has targets in the ES, the NASDAQ, the Russell, crude, gold, 30-year and 10-year. For when I'm trading for active income, I'm prepared to trade all those markets. I don't do it, but I'm prepared to. All right, so you're short there, and you're going to take you're going to pay for your trade at 77 or at 60, and then you're going to take profit down to, let's say, 94.25, and then 90, and then underneath 94.25, it's 93.55. Big level, 93.55. So use 55.65. So 93.55, 93.65, and then you can take some. Profit down there. We get through 93.55, it'll be 91, like 91.80, I think, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We hold these levels, and if we get back above the opening range, and what is the top of the opening range, pray tell? That would be, I'll tell you in a second, 95.40.
95.40?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say pre-tell just now?
Pray tell.
Okay.
Pray tell.
I'm just checking.
I gotta ask Claude what that means. Do you like Claude or do you like Grok?
All right, so I could barely use Chat GPT to spell check something.
I don't use Chat GPT Plus either. I use either Claude or Grok.
Yeah.
And
I got to get with the program. I know.
I'm preparing. I like Grok. Some I don't like Grok. Grok sucks. Grok is good. I like Grok. You know why I like Grok? I like Grok because Grok's voice is a woman, and that's nicer to me. Claude is an Englishman, and Claude's got an English accent, and he sounds arrogant to me. Claude, can you please tell me whether or not I should take this medication? Claude, what does a 650 calcium score mean with AFib and heart failure?
Dude, don't stop doing that. Stop doing that. Your doctor will tell you the answer to those questions. Don't do that. You'll drive yourself crazy. You'll be up all night like trying to figure out, predict to the day you're going to die. Just stop it.
I see him next week. I have a stress test Monday. Oh, this. Listen, when I tell you guys to work out and don't drink, don't smoke, and all this stuff I say on Twitter constantly, I'm telling you, please, I'm not suggesting, I'm telling you, do it, especially if you're going to be a long-term profitable trader. This business takes a toll on you. You're going to wind up with prostate cancer. You're going to wind up with heart disease. You're going to wind up with all kinds of shit. Now, take a look at me. I'm strong as an ox. I don't know if I'm handsome. My wife thinks I'm handsome. But this shit is going to kill you.
Pax.
Thank you. I think you're very good looking, Jimmy.
Oh, no.
Very handsome man.
You guys, we're going to take a quick break. No, I'm kidding.
Take a quick break. Oh, that's funny. Seriously, work out, man. I mean, 2 years ago, I'll talk about this next week, but 2 years ago, May 17th, I almost died. And when I got out of the hospital, I think I was still in the hospital. Anthony called me and said, "You got to be done trading, dude. What's wrong with you? Haven't you made enough money? You're going to die of this."
No,
Anthony called me in the hospital, told me that. That's a friend for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, he is a friend. He's a great guy.
One of my closest.
Yeah.
All right. So wait,
as a matter of fact, Anthony just said in the chat, Pax is taking it personal from AI.
Yeah. How do you like that?
I bet you could go and tell Claude, don't talk to me like an Irishman. Talk to me like whatever, or Englishman. Talk to me however you want. Whatever language you want, whatever.
If you talk to me like an Irishman, I'd listen to him.
There you go. There you
go. If he was talking to me like an Irishman, I would pour a glass of Jameson, not Bushmill, And if you're Irish, you know why it's Jameson and not Bushmill. And I would sit down in there and have a whole conversation with him, sipping on that cheapish whiskey.
Tracy's in on it. Tracy agrees with me. I definitely get able to change the voice on AI.
Well, that's nice. I'm gonna make her a woman. I would rather have a woman lecture me all day long than having some English fella lecture me.
Yeah. Look at that. Anthony wants you to be around a long time, so we all do. So
thanks, Ant. Me too.
yeah. So anyway, I just changed my chart to a micro crude contract for a reason. We're going to talk about micros. We're going to talk about how PAX trades micros versus minis in a couple of seconds as we enter this next segment. This segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. And they provided us with not only some great asset classes that we could trade in the futures markets, but also different sizes of contracts. And why does that matter? It's so important to have different sizes and contracts, especially when you have routine moves that are huge sometimes, especially in a news-driven environment like we are right now with what's going on in Iran. Now you could participate with a smaller size contract, but there's still a lot of meat on the bone. There's still, it's like a micro now was like a mini 5 years ago. You know what I mean? So, and then you could, scale in and scale out and do all the stuff that you want to do. So most of the major asset classes by the CME do have micros, and so we appreciate that. And we're going to be looking at some techniques that have been pioneered by Mr. Pax here in about 14 minutes.
Techniques.
Yeah.
73.89 on 1,000. There's a look on the dome, and you'll see 73.89 bid for a G note. Let's see if those are going to be good or if
what market are you talking about?
S&P.
All right, let me toggle over there. I'm going to put up a micro. By the way, 244,000 contracts traded already. The bell isn't even rung yet in the micro E-mini S&P. And just to kind of track that through, micro NASDAQ, 438,000 contracts. Holy cats. That's a huge, huge number. And keep in mind, usually the big market is the 10-year notes. The 10-year notes have done 669,000. So the micro NASDAQ's almost done as much as the 10-year notes, which is, for an old timer like me, is amazing, by the way.
Holy cats.
That's right.
I never heard that. That's got to be an Oak Park saying right there. Holy cats. Yeah, that's great volume. So the micros are an interesting. I don't trade micros, and I don't trade the spread when I'm trading my own stuff. I trade bigger size in the S&P. But when you are a new trader or you are a look, there's a progression to learning how to be a long-term profitable trader, right? You have to walk. You have to crawl before you walk, you have to walk before you run, and you have to run before you sprint, right? And then when you learn how to, and then when you do all those things, you learn how to run further and further and further. This is a marathon, not here to use another analogy. It's a marathon, it's not or metaphor, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And nobody's going to buy a pair of Hokas, strap them on, and go run 26.2 miles. It takes a long, long time to train for it. So
by the way, on the Hokas, I had the nines. What are they? Clifton nines. They were great shoes. And then I upgraded to what I thought was an upgrade to Clifton 10s. Horrible shoes. They fell apart. They lost their cushion right away. But the nines didn't. So if anybody knows anybody at the Hoka company, pass that little piece of criticism on for me.
Listen, Jimmy and I are both trying to become influencers. So right there, we're hoping that Hoka sells us or sends us a whole a whole ton of shoes and shit stuff for free. We want free Hokas, Mr. Hoka. Send us Hokas. I don't wear Hokas. I wear on clouds, but I'll take them.
There you go. Anyway, by the way, one more note on more than one more note, but back on the micros, I just noticed. Guess what? Micro gold, hot trade. 171,000 contracts traded already. It's just a fantastic thing. And again, you could offset micros with the classics, and you're going to kick that into high gear in about 10 minutes.
The guy with the Asian characters, is that Korean, by the way? I don't know. I sound like an idiot, I know, but he said newcomers usually don't usually start with futures. They start with individual stocks or currency trading. I think that's a good point, and that's okay, and that's true. A thought occurred to me is CME's single stock futures are going to be a boon, I think, to the trading world, especially as AI continues to take over so many jobs, and people continue to turn to trading as either a supplement to income or to a life
I
of
want to say
freedom.
they're going to launch like 50. Hopefully I'm right on the stat. 50 single stock futures when they launch them. The CME's doing it. And it's going to happen sooner than later. The trading community is a lot different now than it was when One Chicago tried to, do single stock futures back in the aughts, 2000s. They didn't take off for a lot of different reasons, but this is going to be a different story today. I know all of our content creators and all of our traders on the network are just dying to dig into it as I am as well. So they're going to be we're really anticipating that. It's going to what it's going to do. It's going to take to the point of whoever made that comment in the chat. Instead of starting in, you might want to, maybe you're starting in stocks, who knows? But then it's a natural progression, right? Now we're going to go and trade, Nvidia futures, right? And, the prices are going to be, in sync. Of course, they're going to be nearly perfectly correlated, and then that could translate into maybe we'll do individual equities, or maybe we won't. But it's a really nice progression. It's going to be a really nice product added to the suite.
Hey, Mission Control, can you put my charts up, please?
Let's do it.
So I can show what I'm talking about before we get there. Oh my, there we go. Look how pretty that is. Okay, so these are the DOMs or the domes. I want Jimmy to say they're not DOMs. Dom is my cousin. That's a bookmaker on the west side.
That's Dominic. Right. You need something that you can't get in the regular marketplace, you call Dominic, and he'll take care of it for you. You have a problem with the neighbor, Dominic will take care of it for you. A dome is the trading ladder. You got two of them up. PAX is showing the micro E-mini S&P and the mini E-mini S&P side by side. They're different. They're unique marketplaces for sure, right? The bids and asks are going to be different, and a lot of times there's players that are different, but they're almost perfectly correlated, and the basis of both of those are the same. They're the S&P 500. So they're just, one of them is smaller. One of them, the micro is 1/10 the size smaller. The tick size is smaller. If you have two trades on, identical trades on, the P&L is going to be 1/10 the smaller. So it's really simple math. It's 1/10 the size. If you put on 5 micros, it's the same as putting on a half of a big one, right? A half of a mini. So the math is pretty simple in that respect.
When you were saying that, like like, I'm sorry, I just couldn't stop thinking, like the things that Dominic can do for you. What can Dom do? Dom if somebody owes you money, call Dom. There's a lot of great things. God. Okay, so by the way, did you see our guy got pinched?
Which guy?
I'll tell you later.
Okay. What guy got pinched? Oh, really? You're not talking about T?
Nah, GG.
Oh, gotcha.
All right. So, okay. Let me focus.
Only on NinjaTrader Live do you get this kind of intel behind the scenes.
Oh my goodness! I gotta text him now after the show. So here is the minis right there, and here is the micros right here. Oh, wait, can you guys see that? This is the here's the micros. Yeah. There's a guy in my group that's from Panama, and he calls them micros. That just cracks me up. PAX, the micros. So these are the micros, and these are the minis. And so now, in the progression of learning how to be a long-term profitable trader, we all need to learn how to take more out of the market with bigger size. Takes a long while. PAX, why don't I just, instead of trading 2-lot minis, why don't I just trade 20-lot micros and trade out? Well, you certainly can. You're going to pay more in commissions, than you will, trading 2 lots versus 20 lots. You'll pay more in commissions in the long run, especially the way that I trade, in and out, in and out, in and out, until I catch the move. But you're not exactly going to learn how to add to your position, because there's a multitude of ways to learn how to add. I talk about this every week. There's a multitude of ways to learn how to add to your position without adding to or significantly adding to your risk. And that is trading out in the way that I trade is I trade out I trade out at 25% of my unit. So today I don't trade 2 lots, but today I'm going to be trading 2 lots to showcase how to trade out in 2 lot units to showcase how to trade out in 20-lot micros. I wanted to say micros again, but 20-lot micros. So with my mini dome here, I'm going to trade into with 2 lots, and I'm going to trade out in 20-lot micros. And I'm right or right out on every trade. Maya is asking about this now. I don't, the way I'm right or right out in everything I do. But if I'm going to trade, the way that I define that changes though too. So from the opening range standpoint, if I buy 95 halves, if I buy 95 halves and the market goes 96 bid, 96 half bid, I put a scratch stop in. If I buy 95 halves and the market goes offered, I get out. Maybe I scratch them. Maybe I take a 1-tick expense, 2-tick expense or a point, but I'm not going to hold it against me. I'm not going to buy 95 halves and put in an 85 stop or a 90 stop or anything like that. I don't do that. If I'm trading my swing levels, if I'm going to sell 74 evens, I might put in a stop above the high. I'm not going to sell 74 evens, but I don't know what the high is. What is the high? 74.12. So if I'm going to sell 74 evens for a swing trade, I'll put in a stop above 74.12. I'll set it, forget it, and I'll put my bids in at 73 even to take profit, and I'll flatten at 7,200 because that's where the swing completes. So I'm going to take 100 points out of the market or 200 points out of the market on a swing trade. So that's worth the 12 points of risk, right? Right or right. That's right or right out, comparatively speaking. But today I'm going to trade the opening range, and I'm going to show you how to be right or right out then too. So I'm right or right out on my trades, and I scale out, and then on every trade I seek to increase my size. So this is yesterday's opening range, 74 even. Yesterday was an easy day of trading. It was actually a very, very profitable day. 74 even. Salma, are you here? 74 even to 73.97. When we came out of the opening range after a little bit of time on the downside, we're going to sell 73.97s, and we're going to take if we're trading mini micro spread, I sell 2 at 97, I take profit at 82. So I buy 5 while I buy 10 micros at 82. We go 82 offer, I sell more. Now, if I want to, there's multiple ways of me adding to my position. One way is we came barreling down to 82. So instead of buying, I'm always buying them in front of the targets, 84. So, and I can pull my bid and let the market work through it and then put in a buy stop. So if I'm working an 84 bid on 5 or 10 micros, I can pull my bid, let the market crash through that level as we did, and then put in a buy stop at 82. So now we get down to 67, the next rotation, which we did. I'd take profit there. I've added to my size without adding to my risk. Does that make sense or no? That's something called, what I call that is addition by subtraction. I subtract my bid and I add to my size. And then I'm assured of taking profit at that rotation anyway because I put in a buy stop above that.
There you have it, Pax. Got a minute, 30 seconds. You got to do your heavy breathing now. You're back.
Not yet.
Not yet? When you do it? 30 seconds?
8:29, 8:30.
Okay. Well, let me just throw in. George in the chat said, where could you get the dome? The dome that you're seeing right now on Pax's setup, that's the NinjaTrader desktop. It's native to that software. So if you have an account and you're using the desktop, you get it. If you're using the web-based, you'll get it. If you're using the mobile you'll get it. So it's inherent with any of the NinjaTrader trading platforms. And then not only that, there's some plugins too that some people have developed. Orderflow Labs Leo just developed. He calls it the Freedom or Freedom.
Freedom.
That also has other capabilities to it as well. So there's a lot of options for you, George, on getting the Dome. This one is free with the platform.
All right, so now we can get ready for the open, okay? So do some box breathing. You breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, breathe out. So what you do is you slow your mind down, which I want to talk about that after the open. Lower your heart rate, lower your blood pressure so that you see everything on the domes in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically. It's nice and easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I hope you're doing it. 10 seconds. I'm an old pro. I don't need it. I'm only trading 2 lots, not 32 lots or 16 lots. 3, 2, 1, open. Oh, some velocity to this open. 96.75 is the high so far, right here. All right. 96.75 to 93Q.
We're looking for the first 30-second high and low.
Si, senor. And then that's going to be your daily pivot. So they expand it. So that's bearish. It's not bullish either. It's just nothing. Okay. 97 is going to be the high. 97 is going to be the high. Oh, that was a shitty buy. I'll bid him, you son of a bitch. There we go. Yeah, now I got the edge. See, long 2, got the edge. There. Oh, shit. Fuck. That was terrible. All right, long 2, got the edge. Edge meaning I can scratch the trade, and I didn't though. Okay, watch your matchups. Watch the NASDAQ matchups side by side. S&P.
And PAX is placing trades right on the trading ladder, right on the Dome.
Buy 97, say go 97 quarter bid, 97 half bid, you get out when they come back to it. All right, what's the bottom of it? 93Q. 93Q. So I'm going to try to initiate with the sell stop, see if I can. The NASDAQ, though, is not breaking. All right, on on the PAX, my indicator, hold on. You can clearly see the opening range, 97 to 93 quarter. So we want to be long above 97. We're going to take profit at 12. Trying to rally again. We want to be short at 93 quarter and take profit at 78 quarter. See? That's where we go. Now, bid them. Give me something to sink my teeth in so I can show the people how to trade.
Well, there you go.
All right. So long 97, scratch stopping, can't lose money. I'm going to take profit on them at 12, or I'm going to scratch them out.
So PAX is long 2 E-minis with a stop 1 tick above his entry.
Yes. And I'm going to put in a stop 10. So we're going to use 10, 12. Okay. So I'm going to put in sales to sell. Oh my nudge. How do you do this?
Just click on the 5 and you could change it if you want to change it.
That's it. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to sell half my unit at 10 to take profit. We go 10 bid, I'll buy more. Now, the reason is it's not because it's the overnight high, although I think that a lot of you are looking at that, or because 10 half is yesterday's high. It's because it's the rotation. 15 handles above the opening range. The market trades in 15 handle rotations, and it does it every fargan day. Here's, geez, Louise. The NASDAQ's opening range is 888. So the NASDAQ's first rotation is 53. So 43, 53, always 10 points. NASDAQ is always 10 points above it. So NASDAQ achieved its first target. Oh, I got scratched out. Shite. I was looking at the NASDAQ. I'll get him. We're not running away. So see, here's the NASDAQ indicator. This is free on Ninja, by the way.
That means it doesn't cost any money.
See, right. Oh, fuck it. I'll buy those. All right, I'm pretending I'm long at 97 so that I can show you how to trade this. Then get up and go, you son bitch. 97, 98, 99, even, 01. That was a stupid thing to do. I could have bought 01s on the way up.
You might be along 4 in a second here.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
I'm out. Latsky. Oh, boy. God bless it, dude. I wish this market would do something. I don't want to chop myself up trying to show everybody how to trade this. We're not doing shit. We keep coming back to the opening range, trying to rally, and it comes back and it fails. But it doesn't get back inside the opening range. It's not going anywhere. Now the S&P is going.
I mean, the
NASDAQ is going.
Yeah. NASDAQ's strong, man. The 53. Dow is the lagger. The Dow is.
All right, you can buy 53s in the. Maybe I should just trade the NASDAQ. This sucks. You can buy 53s in the NASDAQ, although they're past. Fucking the S&P can't get to the S&P can't even get to the 4-point pay line. The NASDAQ is beyond the first 65-handle rotation.
Yeah.
SPOOs suck. All right, here we go.
Yeah, that 74 is just a.
So I'm going to buy 01s. It's, what we call in the group, in my group, the pay line, although we're not paying for our trades there. Shit, I wish I had traded the NASDAQ. Maybe I'll trade the NASDAQ next week.
So you're going to enter on a stop loss, which is, you could do that, right? Stop losses are traditionally for protection, but you could also enter on a stop loss.
Right.
Yoda's telling you to breathe. YM is kind of, it's been remember, YM has not made its all-time high yet, where the other 3 stock index futures have this week.
Waste of time.
It's all right, be patient.
No, I mean, the YM is. The S&P is 2. The NASDAQ, the NASDAQ is nice. Look at the S&P the S&P can't even make it to the bargain 4-point pay line. The Schnazzy is working towards its the second rotation. My nudge, this is suck. All right. Now I'm long. Did I ever cancel my offers? I should still be working these. Come on, NASDAQ. Pull the SPOOs up with it. Fuck. Look at that. It sucks.
Yeah, Heat says the ES has a mind of its own. Doesn't care about the others.
This really is, it stinks. NASDAQ is making new all-time highs, and it's not showing signs of relaxing. The S&P just can't do anything.
Yeah.
Gold. Did anybody buy gold at 47.40? Oh my God. The S&P is making it back to the opening range. It is in the. All right. I'll buy them there. Did anybody buy gold? Yeah. That's exactly what we need to do, Anthony. How you doing? you go on the neighborhood AI. Yeah. How you doing? Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, this is Dom. How you doing?
That would be the greatest AI tool ever invented right there.
Oh my God. That's so look at this. We're back in the opening range.
Oh, it's funny.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah. How you doing? Hey, Dom. What horse do you like in the second race in Pimlico?
Don't mention horse racing to Delhi. We got a sore spot here with my pick.
Oh, who'd you pick?
Emerging market. I had to go with emerging market. I mean, how do you be a trader without going emerging market?
Oh, quite easy. You wait for the market to emerge, and then you jump on.
I know. It hasn't emerged yet. They have the Ortiz brothers stealing the show.
That was such a great race.
It was a great race. My buddy Todd Plesher's horse came in second.
These are dangerous days because.
All right, wait, time out. All right, Deli, I'm 0 for 1. All right, that's not a track. That's not a track. All right, you hang tight. We got 2 more Triple Crown races, and I will give you the winner on both of them.
Anthony, you got to remember, he's 74 years old. He's been betting horses longer than you and I have been alive. I'm just kidding. He's not. He's just a year or two older than me. All right. The market can't break. S&P can't rally. Let's see if it breaks. God, what is the low of the opening range? 93.25.
Yeah, I mean, there's call resistance. The major call resistance level is 7,400 in the SPOs. We're right at, I just can't get traction above it.
Could you imagine? I mean, the S&P or the NASDAQ is trading at 65 handles higher, and the S&P can't do shit. Oh, God. It traded the bottom of the opening range. It gave me another expense. So these are dangerous days. When the markets are doing two different things, and you think that they're going to come in line and they don't, and we're trading at the top of the range, and then, you take a bunch of expenses and just that's all the market gives you. So you have to learn how to be satisfied with whatever the market gives you, even if the market gives you expenses. The only reason to trade this shit right now is to illustrate how this works. But I would have quit trading a while ago. This fucking sucks. Well, tried to break and it couldn't. Tried to rally. Look at this. This is a nice chart. Look at this. This is a Garbone chart. Nowhere is Ville. All right. It's hard to want to sell the top of the opening range too when the NASDAQ is still trading at the end its rotation. So think of the opening range as a room. 97 to 93.25 is a room. If the market is inside of that room, you're flat. If the market is below 93.25, you're long. If it's above 97 even, you're short. If it's above 97 even, you're long. If it's in between it, you're flat. But since the market can't do anything, can't get above it, can't get below it, you're better off waiting for the rotation. So if we're going to break, the market is going to go lower anywhere, test yesterday's low. It's going to take out 70. What was yesterday? So 45. It'll take out 78. So then you want to sell 80s and then 78. So double your size on the way down. If the market is if the S&P is in fact going to rally, it's got to get above 12. 12 is the overnight high. 10 is yesterday's high. So you buy 10s, you buy 12s, you double your size. All right, I'll put.
I mean, the initial balance right now. I mean, it's 9 handles in the S&P. It's very tight.
I'll do something.
Well, we're gonna get a break for sure, one way or the other.
All right.
Our PAX is long 2 E-mini S&Ps right now. Let's go.
John Sarasani says that. Come on. Drives me nuts. That guy drives me crazy. All right, so I'm still working the 10s above. Now, if you guys are flat, those of you in my group, if you're flat, you're waiting for the rotation. Buy 10s, buy 12s. So if you're trading 2 lots, buy 10 at 12, buy 10 at buy 2 at 10 and 2 at 12. If you're long from the opening range, take profit at 10, and if we go bid, buy 10s, buy 12s. Oh my goodness! Scratch again.
He's fighting right here.
It's not fighting. It's not doing shit. We gave 2 scenarios of the market today.
It's fighting you.
Nah. we gave two scenarios today of what the market was going to do. It was either going to do nothing, which it's doing, or it was going to rally. Unless there's some sort of a tape bomb, we're not breaking. Well, the NASDAQ is rallying and the S&P isn't doing anything. So there you go. Look at that. Stops me out back at the bottom or top of the opening range, and now it's bid again. So I asked earlier, did anybody buy gold? If you did, hopefully you paid for them $10-15, and then you scratch them out. If they come back down to 67.40, I'm 47.40. What is
Pax Liquid Flow is asking what's your upside target for NASDAQ?
Oh, fucking 20 higher. Oh, you know what? Actually, not that higher. Hold on. 29,000 something. Shit, I lost it.
We're 28,988 right now.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me tell you again. Or let me look again. Oh, my eyes are so bad. Oh, I did that already. Hold on. It is. Charlie said. Now it's got to fucking get up and go, you son of a bitch. I'm looking at fucking NASDAQ targets and it's starting to run. There. 22.
Pax, you're long too right now.
I know. 25, 132, 841.
You got to think if the NASDAQ keeps running that the S&P is going to get the memo.
So 28,496. The next level above that is 29,337. So another 300 points. Okay, 29,337 is where it wants to go. 29,337.
All right, you're long two. No scratch stop right now.
There, scratch stop.
This make me feel better.
29,337. Where we at? Okay, go to 10. Oh, go 10, 12 bid. Now listen, those of you who are waiting, remember 10 targets are always 2 points wide. So the target is 12, just for the matchups. The NASDAQ is 140 points above the opening range. All right. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, now the S&P 10 to 12 is going to be the target. So I got offers in at 09.5 and 10. So I'm going to take profit there. And we go 10 bid, I'm going to buy more. And we go 12 bid, I'm going to buy more. Because that's the rotation. It's also the all-time high. So above that, you want to, so most of you, there's a lot of things I wanted to talk about. I'm not getting to because of the frustration of the market not going anywhere.
Or you got to move. You got to move her in the S&Ps maybe.
Yeah.
Where's the target on the micros? Just so for
Same
remind
levels.
everybody.
09.5 to 10.
Okay. There we go. So if we hit that target on the micros, then Pax is going to sell 10 micros. And so he'll be short 10 micros, long 2 minis, which means net he's long one. One way to look at it is he's long only 1 mini.
Look at there's 1,000 offered at 10. Dollars to donuts. Those are going to be at. There you go. Canceled. When canceled, that's a CIC order. Cancel if close. Somebody's trying to. Somebody's trying to spoof the market.
Cancel if close.
All right, now I want to buy. I want to be long, very long above 10, 12. But I'm not trading my normal stuff. If I was trading my normal stuff, I'd be flat waiting for 10s. But all right, now again, those of you in my group, you want to buy 10s, buy 12s, double your size without doubling your risk. Watch how good the market gets above 10 to 12. Can't you see? Don't you see the? You're asking, am I in a trade? You know.
Yeah, he's long two
minis
right now.
You don't see this error?
So at the bottom of the price ladder, there's a little button that shows your position. And if it's green, you're long. If it's red, you're short.
Oh, I guess everybody doesn't know how to read a dome, huh? If you guys aren't trading on domes, don't trade.
Well,
I don't know anybody that trades on charts as a long-term profitable trader. Not one person.
well,
I don't. Not one. I know a lot of people that do, but I don't know anybody that everybody I know executes on domes. Go to S&P, go to Jane Street. All of them are executing on domes. Well, just relax, dude. A lot of newbies here. Right. Okay, Jesus. So, newbies, go ahead. Make every mistake you want to. Don't learn how to do it the right way. Do you know what long-term means, Omid? Long-term doesn't mean a year, 2 years, 3 years. And they're executing on, most of those guys are executing on domes, and but it shows up on their charts.
let's go. Let's go. We're getting there.
No, we're not. It's not going anywhere.
Well, you actually called that at the beginning of the show.
Long-term, my brothers and sisters, means over a period of 10, 15, 20 years. There are 2 generations of traders that have never traded a bear market. Never seen a flash crash. Never seen a limit down move. Never seen a double limit down move. Never seen a triple limit down. Never seen the market close for 4 days.
Flash crash. I remember that one. When the first time they dubbed it a flash crash.
Oh, and me too. I was in the hogs watching it.
I was in a friend of mine who works at the CME in his office. I worked for the brokerage firm. I wasn't at my desk. I was at the CME building, and it happened, and nobody knew it. That's why it's called a flash crash. And my partner's like, buzzing me, get over here right now. We got customers in positions. It's a mess.
Oh, it was terrifying. To be in clearing, to be clearing that would have been scary. I was in the hogs, and I start watching the market go down. I was like, damn, I got to go over there and get short. And by the time I could even think it was popping right back in everybody's face. And it destroyed people on both sides of the market. It was unbelievable. Navinder Sureo, Matt, right? Yeah. They blame that guy.
Well, but I mean, this is
some nonsense.
Put your stops in. Make sure you have your stop in.
Yeah, 100% right. Yeah, how many? Another thing. I don't know anybody that's a long-term profitable trader, independent trader that does not use stops. And every time I put that on Twitter, I mean, people are like, "What?" So, there are people that actually don't use stops. I don't understand how that works. I don't understand how you can be a trader and not use stops.
Here we go.
I'd like to be able to buy these here.
We're going to get it.
Again, you guys have to prepare for everything in this business, okay? All right, I got my 10s. You have to prepare for everything in this business. I'm long, too short 10, so I've got half my unit on. Okay, I've got 1 micro on.
Your net position is long 1 mini.
For now. I've been working those fucking 10s since the open.
It just took a while for the S&P to get the memo. That's all.
Jesus Christ. Is that an iceberg at 10? Sure looked like it. Can't see icebergs on charts.
We're getting close to previous session's highs, also yesterday's highs.
Can't see bids and offers.
Here we go. So now you're long 4 minis. You just bought another one.
All right. It's the last ad attempt. 2 tick expenses. So long 2 short 10.
If it pops up there again, you can try to get long again.
No, I'll buy 12s. I'm not going to buy 10s anymore. I'll buy 12s on the way up. So now listen, how do you tell when there's a no liquidity event? How do you unless you're trading on a dome? How do you tell if there is no bids and offers? Unless you're trading on a dome. How do you tell what prices are most tradable if you're not trading on a dome in the moment? Not when you're looking at a chart 5 minutes later. How do you tell if there's an iceberg? How many of you guys don't know what an iceberg is? How do you tell if the market is froze up and at a velocity logic event?
Damn, that thing just popped back.
I mean, it's. You guys have to learn how to trade on domes. And by the way, Jack does trade on domes. Whoever said Jack doesn't, please refer to his X page. And again, they're executing on domes, but they're showing charts.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, Andre, I don't know the answer. To be honest with you, I'll try to do some research for next time. But there's a lot of things in the works, and I don't have timing on that. But thanks for that question.
Lee Unk, what do you mean pull and stack using the dome setup? I don't know what that means.
There's a setting where you could add. That's a Leo conversation, but there's a setting on actually the native NinjaTrader platform also where you can see stacking.
Okay. Okay, now don't level two data is where you can see all the bids and offers, right? And that's the truth, actually. Whoever said that, and yes, Carl, my levels do show up on DOMs. I mean on the DOMs. I don't have my levels on a dome because it encourages me to do exactly what I did this morning, which is overtrade. I don't like over trading. If I was trading 16 lot units, I would have shut it down awfully fargan fast. But if I've got 10, 12 on my DOM, or I've got 97, 93 quarter on a DOM, it would encourage me to take every bid above 97 and every offer below 93 quarter, which I frankly did today to be able to illustrate this. I wouldn't do that with live money, but you know what I mean? So I would rather, I've got my dome up, I'd rather look at my chart so I can see it. Wait a second, the opening range is what, 93 quarter? Boom, and I look it over there. And on my screens, on my other screens, I have other domes up and other charts up that I can see, that I use every day that I can see the market on. So I've got a wide range into it.
So you have two screen specs?
Four.
Okay.
How do you avoid the chop? What I call a 2x4. You take two trades, you take two expenses at a price, and then you cut your size and give yourself two more expenses, and then that's it. So you should never lose or spend. You should never. Nobody should ever. Everybody talks about drawdown, especially traders that are trading prop accounts. You should never spend more than what you can make at the pay line when you pay for your trade. And the ranges are still pretty big, so we're paying for our trades with 15 points. So that's a little bit too much. If you're trading a 4-lot, you should never spend more than $800 in a day. If you're trading a 2-lot, you should never spend more than $400 in a day. Now, again, I overtraded this to be able to try to illustrate this, and I put on trades from levels that I never would, just so that I can illustrate how to be long 2, short 10 in a market not going anywhere. But you want to control your expenses. Now, you're going to be much better off if the market is non-committal around the OR. You're better off buying 10s or 12s. Or if you're a top picker and you want to, fade it because 10 is yesterday's high and 12 is the overnight high. If you want to fade that, you can sell 10s with the 12.5 stop, or you can sell them in here. I don't trade that way. I don't trade those intraday reversals. It's not picking tops. Trading intraday reversal is not picking tops. Picking tops would be, to say you'll full port 10s. That's it. We're not going any higher. I'm selling them here. This rally sucks. And then it goes 10 bid, 12 bid, 20 bid, 30 bid, and you're still short. You know what I mean? Okay, so that's how I avoid chops. I use SVP and numbers are identical. Okay, if you don't have level 2, you can only use top of book data. Right, you want to have level 2 so you can see the bids and offers. I sent the same as seeing active orders. Okay, all right, I've got like 2 minutes before XY and Chris come in. So whatever other questions you have for me, ask now.
So, Pax, if this goes sideways for a longer period of time, at what point do you say, all right, I'm just getting out of these positions?
I just leave my stops in for a scratch, and the market comes back down to 97, and stops me out. Well, that's it. Otherwise, I'm staying long this.
Got it. Okay.
Do you remember last Friday? So last Friday came out of the opening range, and we rallied, and I ended up long 4 and short 30 micros. Long 4 mini, short 30 micros.
Yeah.
So the market did come back down to the opening range later on a tape bomb. I don't remember what price it was. It was like 73, almost 7,400, like 73 something. I can look at it. Well, sake of time. So we broke lower. I didn't sell them because I went over into my main accounts and I traded my main accounts. But I kept the 30 lot micros until we got to 72 even. Because remember here we go, 12s. See. So if you guys, once we got above 12, you saw how we popped above that, right? And we also have a number out at 9. So there you go. So I'm long 2, short 10. I'm long 1. Now we get up to the next rotation, which is going to be 27. So 25, 27. I'm going to sell 5 more. 25. I'm going to sell another quarter of my unit. Lee, the NASDAQ. Strong like bull.
Yeah, no, I know. 1.5%.
All right, NASDAQ, 1, 2, 3, working towards its 4th rotation. The S&P's at the 1st rotation.
Oh, wow. All right. So Michigan sediments, wow, already popping back in. Let's talk about that. Let's also get, we do have Christian and Jay with us from Los Angeles, California, joining the party here.
Hello, lads.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Morning.
Great. No, well, yeah, I'm great. I'm alive. My heart's beating. I'm free.
Hey, that's a great reason.
How you doing, lad?
Good. Same. My heart and kidney is working well.
Good man. Are you long? You guys long?
I
I'm
am
flat.
long. I'm down to a runner.
Good trade. NASDAQ?
Yeah.
XY, what do you got going?
I'm flat right now. Just watching this thing rocket up. Really.
So Shai says Michigan sentiment falls to second straight record low. Michigan 5 to 10 year inflation expectations fall to 3.4% versus 3.5%. That's not that big a deal. Preliminary May consumer sentiment falls to 48.2. So there you have it. Oh, man. Well, good morning, you guys. Good to see you.
Same.
See you guys.
Good Friday.
Yeah, anybody in a position yet?
Yeah, I'm down to runners. I bought the breakout right at the open or right before it and just went straight up. All my partial targets got hit.
Yeah, nice.
Literally just straight up and then straight up and then straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Straight.
S&P is doing really nothing.
We used to say
Very
that in
little.
high school in the 80s, straight up, or 70s.
Straight up. Actually, no, even in the 90s, it was still good. It was still good to go.
Straight up, yeah.
And 2000s.
Straight up. Yeah.
Then they said, well, how do you guys define straight up? Like,
Straight up is like for real. Like,
yeah.
yeah, like I agree.
Or right
Straight
on.
up.
It's like right on, man.
Actually, I'd probably still say it, honestly. Like,
Straight up. Nobody
Straight
says
up.
right on, do they? Unless you have long hair and big scraggly beard, wear tie-dye shirts.
Right on, brother. Oh,
Jim,
man.
do you say
Is
right
it-
on? I feel
I'm
like
gonna
you
start
do.
saying it now, yeah.
Nah, straight up.
Straight up. Oh, man. All
There's-
right, well, this
there's
thing's
someone that
ripping
says
higher.
absolutely right.
So, Pax, you're letting your stuff roll. You're just letting it go as long as we're going up.
Yes, sir. I am
All right.
gonna go I got so much to do for this wedding. I've got one meeting now to do, and then I'm gonna go work out, sit in the sauna, take a steam, get a massage, and then I got to come home and I got to print up the entire wedding thing, and then go to the dry cleaners. Oh, I got to get my hair cut. Jen's cutting my hair. Oh, I got too much to do before this wedding, and the rehearsal is at 5, so I got to do all of this before 5. But the most important, haircut and workout, steam, massage.
Who is the newlyweds again?
My first cousin, 27-year-old kid. He's my kid's age, but he's my first cousin. And he's a great kid. He's a great kid.
Wow! Congratulations.
It's going to be fun. It's my first. It's my first wedding. It's my first. Where I'm marrying somebody.
Oh, you are officiating.
Oh, you're the
wedding.
I'm officiating. Yeah. Oh, you ought to hear the shit that I've got. Oh, there's not going to be a dry eye in that place.
What are you gonna wear?
Oh, I'll show you pictures. I've got a new linen suit that I had made. That I had cut. Oh God, it looks good. You have to have when you buy a suit, you have to have them cut. Yeah, and I have the best Italian tailor. And it's great, and it looks so good. I'm gonna be so sad when he retires because he's older.
Okay, 1,000 likes, and Pax puts it on right now.
Oh, I have it. Got it 30 feet away. I'll put it on right now. For 1,000 likes, I'll do it. I'll right down to my skin.
He'll model it. He'll do a little runway, a spin.
That's right.
With some Ferragamos.
Oh, definitely. I bought a new pair of Ferragamos.
Oh, best dress at the wedding.
Oh my God! Wait till you see. I have one of my other cousins lost a tooth biting into I don't know, eating a sandwich and there was a toothpick in it and the tooth came out. Oh. So everyone's talking about how many times I'm gonna cry. And my son Danny said, "Dad, I cry at Sox games." Well, I've cried here with you guys. And my son Danny said, "Dad, don't cry. You'll make it about you, but it's not about you." I'm not gonna cry. Yeah, you are. Yeah. And so I told my cousin Ryan, I said, "You got to sit in the front row." So every time I start to get teary, I just smile at me with that missing tooth like a crackhead, and I'll just start laughing. And I'll stop the tears. It'll be interesting.
Well, Pax, great Friday morning as usual with you. Thank you for being here with us. And again, congratulations on the nuptials. And have a great weekend, man. Let's let these two young traders do their thing.
Yeah, get at it, guys. Thank you. It's again, it's I'm sorry that I overtrade a little bit, but I wanted to show you how to do this. But there's you got to be long. Like we said in the beginning of the show, it's not a market to short unless there's a tape bomb. We get below the opening range. You got to be long. It's a kind of a Captain Obvious thing to say now, but we said it at 8:30 earlier.
Yeah.
So be long.
Sounds good, man. All right. Thanks. You guys, best of luck in any trades you may or may not take. And you guys both have great weekends. I won't see you again. So
God bless you guys. Have a wonderful weekend.
You guys too. Take care.
Thanks.
Well, Pax forgot to tell you guys that nobody fights alone. So I'll tell you guys now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's like, he's got too many things to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing, chat? Morning, all. You really had to get in there right before or right like a 1 minute opening range break, or else you just went.
even after they broke the high and they couldn't even pull this thing back to yesterday's range, rocketed up again. You're either long or you're wrong today. DEI Friday, baby.
DEI Fridays.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, went and poked the new high, tested Friday high, and said, yeah, 200 points higher.
Yeah, I know. ME, thank you. Hey, KTS. Morning to all of you. I use a 2-minute time frame. I don't trade the ES, so I don't have any. I mean, I plan it out. I'll share my plan here. So for ES, the main scenario here going to the open was if we could hold a pullback into the London low 73.90s area, which would be scenario one, which we did, right? If you see a 5-minute, this is the pullback right here. And then we came to that area of support and triggered a move back up away from there. So scenario one is playing out. We're bumping into that 74.18 resistance zone here. If it does act as resistance, then we can reject back down. Then maybe we consolidate, right? And then if we instead form acceptance and we hold above prior day high, that would be a change in not a change in character. That would actually tell you that buyers are stepping up once again, and then they want to follow scenario 1.2, which is a move into 74.40s. Again, it's either we hold prior day high and we push out, or we fail and we move back down to main support at 73.90s London low. If that fell, we go slower. For NQ, and pretty much my trade this morning was similar to ES. Can we hold a pullback into the hourly 9 MA or the London low 840s area? And if you look at the 5-minute there, we pulled back right into that area. It was 870s, but it was the hourly 9 MA area. And I used a 2-minute reversal from there to trigger my long, which is my 9 MA lower high reversal entry setup that I always talk about. And now we're seeing not only scenario one, but scenario 1.2, which was a move into the 29,000 resistance. So when, something like this, a good example here, when my scenarios play out very early, I say, okay, what could be next? Well, first support, do we hold? And if so, we can continue higher until the market, tells us otherwise. If it fails, do we come back down to seek a higher low against a key pivot, maybe the prior day high, maybe into the 9 MA, and then can we bounce from here back up, right? So my scenario 1.2 would now switch to this. My scenario one would be this, and then I look to play that. If we do see a little bit of a deeper pullback, can the prior day high 28,910s, 930s again hold, and we continue higher. But unless this breakout here fails, then I have to look at this as a sideways to higher market in order for us to continue to stay aligned with the trend here.
You never execute on ES, huh? I thought you did. I thought you did both.
Sometimes I do, but I have a good read of like what the market's doing since I'm swing trading a lot of like tech stocks. So I rather focus on NQ because I know that the tech stocks are leading. And where are we going to make the most money for the same risk with the leading sector? So that's why I focus on NQ.
Yo, mama, it's a good question. I actually did really want to get long the market, but rules are rules, man. Rules are rules. Do I use 1 minute for entries? No, I use the DOM. This chart you see is the 1 minute. So if the question is, do I look at this? I look at it. Yes. This is my lowest time frame chart. But yeah, I enter in the DOM. So
Hey, Kat. It's the MA, my friend, not the EMA. I do not use the DOM. Let's see what the IB strat does today. Having a good morning so far. So we can get a pullback and then a reversal from that pullback. That would be super. It was a losing day for it yesterday. So we'll see how the week closes. But a great month. It's a great start to the month for the strategy. 8-week-old golden doodle. Any advice? Crate training. You just got to do it as much as they don't like.
Would I be looking for shorts or pullbacks for longs? Longs.
Lots of
Absolutely.
kisses. Yeah.
ES hasn't really done, I don't want to say it hasn't done too much, but looking at ES, there's plenty of upside still, and they're about to go tagging now. Um, so yeah, I would have started getting some longs around the 80s, the 29.080s there, the low volume spot, because volume's building higher. It's not leaving anything behind, really. Yeah, I use the freedom. Yes.
Oh, you've made the move to that as well?
I've actually been using it the entire time
Oh,
from
okay.
the moment it was created months ago. Um, Barely in testing. I've had it. Um, and I've been executing off of it. Yeah, during the testing phase. When they were making it, they're like, "Yeah, I don't know if I'd execute on it yet. Maybe just like sim or something." I was like, "Nah, we're doing it live. We'll find out right now." I did live stream that day when we actually executed off of it. Everything went fine. Yeah, I've been executing off this thing for I think like 3 months now. So we had to do a lot of testing, a lot of refining, adding in some what's the word? Requested features. I had some features that I want added, some like capabilities for hotkeys and stuff. So it took a while, but we finally got to where we want it to be. And yeah, it is what it is now. The real Morford was here that day. Yes. Thank you for always being there. I hope you're always hitting the like.
If we hold up here, we're gonna just see higher. Market is on fire.
Market wants higher.
Mm-mm-mm. I'm just gonna stay in what I have left and then trade
What do you
the,
have left on it? Oh, you said you're down to runners, right? Earlier?
yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like,
you could always trail it, but dude, this thing, I mean, there's no ceiling on this thing. Lid is popped off. Who knows?
yeah. There's no resistance.
But literally, there's no such thing anymore as resistance. Selling has been made illegal.
Resistance is futile.
Rocksha says, I'm done for the day. If I make another trade, ban my account. I know the feeling, man.
Hey, Pablo. Morning. 1,200 of you guys and 380 likes. Guys, we can do a bit better here. I I know you guys just woke up. It's early. Am I going to talk through the IB trade, say it's not going to work, and then make all the R's? Yeah. Guys, on Tuesday, I did not think it was going to work at all. We were so extended, but it went all the way up to 6R. I couldn't believe it. I mean, who am I to complain? I just, that's why your bias or your opinions can really affect you. It can also affect you in getting out too early, right?
After an expansion, does price usually chop and start building a new volume node? Do you wait for a new range to be established before making a trade? Does it usually do that? Yes. Does it have to do that? No, the market doesn't have to do anything, but it usually does because as the market expands, it means it's searching, right? It's searching for the counterparty liquidity. So let's say in this instance, the market's rallying up, it's running. When the market's going up or down, either way, when the market's going up, it's trying to do one thing. It is trying to find enough sellers to match with that buy demand that's in the market right now. So clearly the market wants to bid and buyers are flooding in. You can see the urgency because they're going to buy any price, right? On the way up, they're not waiting for pullbacks. They're just going to sweep the book right here, right now. No more sellers. We got to go higher because I still want to buy. Now I need someone to sell to me. The market is liquidity seeking in a way of if you're in a range, they have already found that liquidity. They're matching the buyers and the sellers. They're happily auctioning that area. Everyone's okay. But when there's an imbalance now, right, there's too much demand. The market keeps going up. It's trying to do one thing. It's trying to find sellers that are willing to sell to the buy demand. So as the market moves, eventually it's going to find the willing sellers, right? And then they'll do that business, which means two-way tape, buying and selling, the node gets built. Do we know if there are more buyers and sellers there that are willing? No. If the market's moving up and it's just going up node after node, foolish to assume otherwise, right? And I always bring up like sports. A basketball team, two teams have played together 10 times. One team has won 9 out of 10 times, right? 9 out of 9 times, let's say, and it's the 10th game. Are you going to bet against that team? It would be foolish to. How about see the other team get a dub first, right? It's the same thing with trading. As the market's grinding up and it's building the nodes higher and higher, foolish to assume that this is the one that stops, right? So every time it clears the node, it's giving the information of there is buy demand. We're moving up. They're still buying these prices. They don't care to wait for lower prices. They fill all the sell liquidity. They keep going up because, well, they need to buy. They find new sellers. They buy them out. Right now, we had a node for a while. Why are they moving up? Because they filled all the sellers. There are no more sellers willing to sell this price. How can the market go down? It cannot. So it goes up. It's right now it's seeking. It's seeking sell orders to match with the buy orders. And it's going to keep doing that until finally there's a range where the interest to buy is no longer outweighing the interest to sell. So this kind of interaction is going to create the volume structure that you see. So a big potential for a turn would be a build, and now price starts to trade below the volume build. What would it mean if that were to happen? It means, okay, we have found a range where seemingly there are more sellers interested in selling these prices than buyers interested in lifting the offer here. Until that happens, until there's that game where the other team finally gets one, do not bet against it. It doesn't matter if this is the node and then you didn't sell it, but it dropped 8 million points. Work this time, it ain't going to work the next 10. You won't have an account after. So don't take the market for a liar. Don't sit here and go, it's overextended. Really? Market's got one job. It's to fill sellers and buyers. It's to conduct business. If it's going and it's going and it's going, there's one camp that's like, no, I don't believe it. It's overextended. And then there's one that's like, market's telling me all it needs to say. There's still way more interest one-sided on the tape, versus the counterparty. So if you were to just sit here and guess that something is overextended and you take a counter trade because it's overextended, what are you really doing? You're just guessing, right? The truth of the matter is where the volume is transacting, where people want to transact. And we're just seeing sellers get filled. Market's going up. Sellers get filled. Market goes up. At what point will they finally find a range where they can actually, even before, they find a range where selling takes control and just drives price, they're going to find a range where you balance and consolidate and find two-way tape, buyers and sellers, evenly matched, happily doing business. Then at some point where you're going to start to find out which side has more bullets. That's when price goes above or below that node and then seeks continuation. If it seeks continuation, it's because one side of the tape has simply ran out of interest. That's probably ranty, but I hope it makes sense. Apple Butter says, you say that XY, but if I bought right here, it would go down. We have the same superpower, it looks like. Yes, that is auction market theory, right? I don't know if you subscribe to that. I don't know if you're ICT. I don't know if you're this or you're that. I don't know if you look at the moon cycles. The question was asked to me. That's my take. You can hate it. You can love it.
So strong. Market is rotating from one leader to another. You have NVIDIA now at all-time highs, Apple at all-time highs, semiconductors pushing out. I'm here ready for a pullback for the IB strat. In the meantime, I'll just sit in this runner that is now up 260 points, but it's only one micro. It doesn't, I think, a couple $100.
You're long or you're wrong, guys. Still. Yeah. The market's not trying to fool you. It's not trying to give you false info. It's just doing what it does. And yeah, earlier, even if you had bought higher because they're just building and they're transacting higher, if you look at this volume here, the first consolidation we saw, I guess this was technically the first, but it didn't last very long, right? So we'll talk about this one. First one we saw, we built that volume node. What happened? They built it and they just went through it again. It means not enough sellers. And anyone who tried to sell this range, you got to get out. Pop it higher. Again, building another node. Maybe here people are like, oh, it's overextended. I'm going to try a short. To me, it wouldn't make sense because they've already lifted a bunch of offer and they're lifting it still here. They haven't lost this yet. At this point, it's more likely that they're going to win this battle, right? If it's a sports game, whatever. They're going to win this game because, well, they just won the other one. What happens? They fill all the sell side liquidity and they're popping up. They're trying to find more. And I don't know if there will be enough here. We don't know. But if you guys want to take a counterparty trade, you'd have to see at least the buy side try to make progress and lose the progress, which means another node built, but now trading back under. And if they can't hold this node, that's a key sign of newfound market weakness. But what can very likely happen is, they found a seller, a passive seller. They pull this thing back, probably, back into this node. And if they hold this node again, it's just going to continue. Yeah, so these give the information that in these ranges, they found more buyers than sellers. So rightfully, reasonably, you should assume coming back into these ranges after moves like this, last time we were here, there were more buyers than sellers. So now you would see, hey, is the information the same? Is it still a case where this range has more buyers and sellers? How do you know it's more buyers and sellers? Because price went up. The price goes up because no one is willing to sell it anymore, and they're still willing to buy. So as they're pulling back now, use that prior information, very fresh info. See what's up. If they start to trade under this, okay, well, things have changed, right? The order flow dynamics have changed. Buyers are no longer just getting continuation. They found a range where, okay, new selling. Not only did they find it, new selling up here, but if they're going to trade below this node, new selling has actually entered the market because earlier there wasn't enough, right? There wasn't enough to drive it lower. And if they do now, hey, that is different information. That is a different dynamic. But until that happens, you're long or you're wrong.
All right, we're a minute away from the IB closing. If somebody asked me if I could explain it, I'll explain it as it plays out here. I want to see a downtrend below this yellow moving average, which is the 9 SMA to start. And it so happens to be that it's happening right as soon as the IB closes. So I might get a trigger here right away. So I'm watching here. Essentially, I need to participate on a reversal up through the 9 MA back up. So you move lower, you start a potential downtrend where you're now to create lower low, lower highs against the yellow moving average, right? And then it's the lower high of that. So if I go to here, essentially what I need to see is a lower low, lower high, and then if it triggers here, take that lower high entry. And then would they stop below the last low? So we'll see if it's essentially what I'm doing is buying the pullback after the IB closes. It sounds very simple, but there's many, many more rules in place. And because we've only been in an uptrend, the rules have been very simple, right? It gets different when we're in a range, when we're choppy, when we're in a downtrend. Then there's also these different requirements that need to be met. Where inside the IB we are, if we're above the IB high, we're below the IB low. So a lot of the times you guys have seen me take the trade, we're right in the middle of the IB. So it all looks very simple. And I'm glad some of you guys, share that you're making some money, but please remember that you guys have only see one setup because we've been in one sort of environment.
So they need to hold under these 090s because this is supposed to be an area where there's enough sell interest in the volume structure. They found a huge buyer, 082, 092. And, it became a matter of, hey, are they able to press under this buyer or are we going to go up? And Mr. Buyer is about 30 points in profit at this point from where they started to buy. Yeah, two pretty big order lifts right away. 128 lots at 082, 130 lots at 092 half. And the market is bouncing.
All right, so this candle is becoming the lower high against the 9 MA. We need to sort of keep this high here in order for the next candle to then be the triggering candle. If we go through the 9 MA and have like a engulfing candle through it, then there's no longer a setup. And I wait for this bounce into the 9 MA because this is a candle that creates the lower high. So you have a low, lower high, and then this is where we reject to continue the downtrend. If it fails, then we trigger the reversal. Like I always say that I don't think it's going to work today, and I don't think it'll work today because we're so typically when we're consolidating right under the IB high, the chances of it working for a bigger expansion is kind of low. So the lower the pullback, the better, but we'll see.
What is my entry criteria? Go on my Twitter page. It is linked in the description here in the stream. There's a free playbook. I have a YouTube channel. It's all there. It's a lot of things. Some gurus. I mean, gurus are always bearish, I think. The ones that type a lot, the ones that give you like really big excerpts on what they think the market's going to do on a macro level. They're almost always bearish. It is what it is. It's a joke, honestly. But I think they do know like bear thesis stuff gets a lot of engagement. So I don't even know if they really believe what they're saying. It's like this whole like I know something you don't kind of thing, and the market's going to die, and you're going to die, and I'm going to be the one that told you so.
Okay, orders are placed to see if we trigger a break through that. If they do, then I'll put my stop under the low, which would be 77. All right.
Inferno, the Twitter links are in the stream. So if you go like on the stream description, you'll find everybody's links. Yeah. Devin Vassell's no dip 3-pointer. Yeah, of course, of course. I was shocked. I didn't even know the shot clock was running out. And then when he did that, and then the buzzer went right off, I was like, whoa, he knew. And then it goes in. I was like, oh, okay, okay. We're cooking.
All right. We might go through a -1 R stop right away here. Let's see what happens. I will say that the average return for the strategy is like around 22, 26%. And the strategy as of yesterday was at 20% already for the month. So I do think, all right, so got -1 R. I do think more losses are in play here since we reached that high P&L curves really fast. All right, so I took -1 R loss for that. There is a 2-trade rule here, so if it triggers again, I will be taking it. And it might be a -2 R loss today. I need to look at.
I'm reading your playbook. We appreciate if you briefly explain on live. Yeah, so I guess we'll just take this as an example. We had absorption at the high, what is now the high of the day, the IB high. And we went down all the way to test the bottom of this node again, found some big buying. They're still trading that range now. They're building volume in that range. And essentially, we found the big buying. We popped up right to where the interest kind of starts to taper, where they kind of got absorbed earlier. And we found that price now, the entire day, we've seen initiative buying, lifting offer, and they've gotten continuation every time until here. Pullback, not a big deal. Happens. Markets pull back. They find a buyer, they come up, and they actually try to buy through this. There's quite a bit of positive delta coming through this, and they couldn't make it through. This is the first time we're seeing a sequence of buying unable to push price further. And so they go to test this downside range again, see if they want to break it. Right now, so finally, as they test it after this absorption, now they're building this volume, right? Is it going to be enough to break? We don't know. I want to preface everything with don't know. We don't know. Right now, that volume is not getting continuation. They're going to test this again. Is it going to lead to further upsides now? Now that there's trap selling right here? Don't know. But if it breaks through, now you can be like, okay, yeah, they've given a few attempts. This last one had some good volume behind it, and they still couldn't do it. It's probably safe to attempt longs. So that's my first part of the framework. I need to see a counterparty that did put in, like, they showed their hand, right? The sellers really showed their hand right here this time because they tried to sell through it. These were tapers. Not enough interest, not enough interest until they absorbed the buy side. New selling started to jump in. They're willing to offer these prices. If I really think it'll break, I can start selling here for a break, right? I can look at the DOM and I can see them constantly refreshing. If they're willing to, if I'm trying to sell, I'm looking for one thing. I'm looking for the sellers to really press. And I'm going to try to get in where it looks like they're pressing, right? Do I know if it's going to work? Absolutely not. But in my mind, if I'm looking for a sell and they're doing it here, and I think this is the spot, I'm doing it there because I think if it's going to work, it's going to work here. And if it doesn't work, just get out, right? Vice versa on the upside. So right now, I would be looking at this if they can buy through this passive seller. Because if they can't, there's no chance it's going up if they're not willing to do the work, right? If they buy through, now I have the added information of, okay, they did try to sell us last time, didn't get what they wanted. So now this range opens up to be, a range that we can long. So then I'm going to look at the DOM. Where are the buyers refreshing right now? Where are the buyers willing to lift the offer? Where does the selling go? Okay, they're going to try to sell, but where does it start to really taper? Where does it kind of get weaker, lose interest? I'm going to try to place orders there, right? I'm going to try to layer in orders in a range that I see the market currently dealing before, and this is my speculation, before the next move up. So that's where I'm going to start getting my orders in because I think, okay, we're going to move up. It's going to be from here. And if I'm wrong, we don't move up, you get out. But if we do, it's going to be from here because this is where I see offer lifting. This is where I see bids willing to step up and refresh. This is where I see selling not get forward progress, or they're simply not selling much, right? So you need to see what you need, order flow, you need that structure. And for that entry criteria, the party that you're trying to align with, are they showing support there? Are they reloading? Are they hitting bid or lifting offer? And then you get in your orders there. So a lot of times you guys will see me get left behind, right? Maybe I want 6 and I only get filled 2. And you see me with like 4 lingering orders. Well, that's where I wanted, at. And the market was like, no, we don't have time. We're moving. It is what it is. Right. That's how I manage my risk. That's how I make sure my equity curve is up and to the right. If it goes without me, it goes without me. But I want it where I want it. I want the prices that I want. If it's not going to give it to me, the edge is distinctly different. Your edge is being able to choose exactly where you want to do business.
All right, so it triggered again, and per the rules, there's a 2 trade rule max for the day. It triggered once again, so I am long again. If this one fails, then it'll be the second day since I started trading it live on March 10th to have a -2R day. But if it works, then fantastic. I did not take a screenshot. Did I? I did. 909. $29,219 is 2R. We'll see.
My
And
Dom
this is why
is
I share that they might not work when we're really high up here. You know, I tested this from last year. When we're at or near the IB high, it's like a 50-50 of traits that do pan out. And also you're combining, right, how extended we are. So the combination of how extended we are and a strategy that's a trend following approach, looking for a bigger move away from the IB, you can imagine on those days that when we're super extended, then and extremely overbought, then they're not going to work, right? So you just have to go through that though and let the trades play out.
yep. So
Thought
buyers getting forward progress. They moved a lot of offer out of the way after
no,
they
I'm
trapped some selling.
not saying that at all. Why is Microsoft lagging? I have no idea. But you don't, there's no reason to be in it, right? It's not moving compared to the rest of the market. So from a swing trading approach, there's literally no reason to buy that. We'll see if we go to 2R here. My morning trade is doing well at 245 points. This is the 15-minute higher low. So if as long as that 15-minute higher low holds here, then we can push that to new highs. We'll see though. Oh man, what happened to
They're trying to
Corby?
offer these 127s right here. They better get what they want, or you're seeing new highs. Do market participants actually make plan to trap other market participants? Depends who you ask. There's a lot of tinfoil hat people who believe that, you know, a lot of things. Last time I said it's just buyers and sellers. Some guy in the chat was like, well, you a fool. They want this. They want to do this to you. I'm like, dude, retail liquidity is like essentially trash liquidity. I don't believe in that stuff at all. I believe that they need orders to fill for their clients, as they would, and that's their job. They want to fill at the best price. When prices are unavailable, they have to fill it. So they have to chase it. Someone calls JP Morgan and says, hey, I need 8,000 lots today long. If they see the market not coming back, you can't buy those lower prices anymore. There are not enough sellers, right? You got to buy now. This is the urgency right here you're seeing in the market today.
Okay, so that's 2R. 4R.
So no tinfoil hat stuff. They're not probing
29,300.
for your stops. They don't give a shit about your stops. You're not gonna find anyone on Wall
29,300.
Street and stuff like that, like literally on it, or that guy with the crazy hair, that Einstein on Wall Street. Even he said it so many times, like, oh, that stuff is rubbish, man. They don't have time for that. But hey, like I said, depends who you ask.
All right. 2R and 4R orders placed. Let's see if we can get new highs so 2R gets hit. The IB high has not hit, has not been taken out. So I think we all know that stat that 86% of the time or something like that, the IB
Yeah,
high
can you
will be
guys
taken out.
imagine spending billions of dollars to develop an algorithm just sweeps retail liquidity to find out that all of retail is now on sim trading props? That would suck. What did you miss? They made selling illegal. My sound, is it off? It looks fine to me. You guys tell me, I guess. Can you guys hear me? Well, if you guys can hear me, I haven't begged for likes yet, so I've been mouthing off. Please give me some likes. Galacio 88. This is NinjaTrader Live. We're only talking about NinjaTrader.
Only the best. What kind of question is that?
How much am I worth? That's a loaded question. Depends who you ask as well. Some people, I'm just speaking nonsense. Some people, there might be some value. You're asking about how much my net worth is? Anywhere between five and $500.
How much McDonald's can you buy?
You don't have to tell me your net worth. Just say, I don't know, how many Big Macs can you buy on the spot right now?
When you go to the movies, do you get the bigger popcorn box? These things are like $50. Jesus.
Movie ticket, 25. Large popcorn, 250. Chat's killing me. This Bass Pro hat was $5, guys. I had to do it. I had to do it. $5. I think a good barometer is you could ask somebody like, look, when you go to Chipotle, do you get the guac
Yeah,
or no?
that fucked me
If
over.
someone gets the guac, hey, you know they got deep pockets. Deep pockets. Do I get the $7 panda? No. That's where I draw the line. $6. At $7, I can just there's no urgency to go get it because normally it's like 11. So I'll just go if I really want it bad on a given moment, I'll just pay the 11 then versus feeling some sense of urgency for 7. No. My bid's at $6. Should we do a
Wait, what?
24-hour live stream?
What is going on here, guys?
Where is
Who
this coming
suggested that?
from?
Who said that?
Who would even be on it? Well, it'd be Salma by herself probably.
Hey, thanks, Robin. We do what we can. It's a great network,
Useless? No.
great
I'm
traders.
not blowing it up over $3. It's $4 before tax.
We get new highs here. We did hold above prior day high in SPY. Keys are consolidating near the highs. 15-minute higher low put in. So as long as we continue to hold here, we can push out to new all-time highs. Essentially, what we need to see is this little pullback here become a higher low and then push out. So we shall see.
What's this poll looking like right here? 132 votes. Oh my good. Are you chat, you guys gonna be up for 24? You guys gonna catch the whole thing or what? It's gonna be one of those sleeping streams where you just watch people sleep. See someone's, everyone's putting out those, this is my morning routine. You actually get one live.
All right, we're holding. This is good for all three longs that I have on.
Yeah, they tried to offer the 126, 127s pretty hard earlier on NQ and didn't go too well. There's actually a little LVN right there now. Looks like, yep. So now it's back to that dynamic after the trap down here. Every time the offer comes in, they're just not getting what they want. It lasted all for like a leg and a half, if even that, and it's back to long or wrong. Say it ain't so. What's my morning routine? 5 raw eggs, 3 ice baths, 3-mile run. Well, I mean, I guess this is a good example. If you guys see a market that's strong one way, wait for that counterparty to really show their hand and bet against them. It could be as simple as that. The hard part's waiting for it. So, finally saw sellers show their hand. To me, absorption is not showing a hand. Unrewarded effort is when you've got them to show their hand, and now you know what to do. What would be the worst case scenario if you guys want a longs and you see them finally trying to sell this spot right here?
Oh, there we go.
They don't
Good
get what they
push.
want, you get long. What's the worst case scenario? You stop out right here. Best case scenario, you're on for the ride right now.
Push.
What was that? Three proteins. I just saw Darian's comment. We need both of you guys entry models now. I mean, if you show up on the streams, you're seeing it all the time in real time.
Yeah, we trade it, we talk about it, we plan out the day, we plan out our trades before we execute. I don't think they would have us on if we didn't, say what we were going to do and then did what we said we were going to do over and over and over again.
Uh, Joe asked if I just told everyone to fade the trend. I can't spot where I said anything of that nature. So you'll have to help me out on that. I hope you guys didn't get that idea from anything I've said today. 6 days of, oh yeah, Sunday. First time listening. I don't know who did the volume profile, but it's the best explanation I've heard in 15 years of trading.
It's the
I
brown guy.
appreciate that.
Wait a
I
minute, we're
appreciate
both
it.
brown. It's the one with the hat. The brown one with the hat. We're both wearing a hat.
I appreciate that. Assuming you're talking about me.
What is Bag Life talking about? You gotta be new here, my guy.
Who? Well, but I haven't seen that one time go over real quick. Seen what? Entry model?
Yeah, that we don't
You
discuss
mean
our
what I
trade
just spent
plans.
like 20 minutes 25 minutes telling everybody earlier? Guys, am I going crazy or did I just spend like 20 minutes trying to give my entry model from literally I hope he's trolling. Taking crazy pills.
Come on, give it to us. Let's see how the original long is doing. Up 275 points.
Long or wrong, easy model. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can get out of here if you're gonna be like that.
Well, if you're not, in case you're not trolling Bag Life, I'm sorry to disappoint, but this is as educational as I can get. I can't, I don't think I can get more educational than I have already. I even throw in some rants sometime. People tune in at different times. I respect that. I'm here like almost every day for like 2 hours. So
Why troll? You know, like there was nothing like this available when we started out. Well, when I started out trading, you know, I started out 15, 16 years ago. But when you have proven, consistent traders that show up here, talk their plan, you know, trade and then make profits, why not ask questions? Why not see what you can
well,
learn, right? Like,
I don't think he's trolling actually. I think he is serious, but he probably just got in the stream and he's like, I want to be learning right now as soon as I hit the stream. Tell me everything I need to know. But there's also this. So if you hopped in right now and you hear me going, look, did I not spend like 20 minutes, half an hour ago? So right now in Pacific time, it's 8:30. If I say I spent the last half hour explaining my entry model, I actually broke down my entire trading model. We'll say 30 minutes ago, it would be 7:30 Pacific. What you can do, right, if you really wanted to learn, what you can do is simply rewind the stream 30 minutes. You following me? Rewind the stream 30 minutes and you can hear it all. If you were to hop in the stream and demand education right now, you want me to explain, you want me to repeat everything I've said 30 minutes ago. How bad do you really want it? You're not going to make it in the game. If you can't, if you could not have thought that the guy saying I broke everything down 30 minutes ago and stop and think, hey, I could just rewind the stream 30 minutes. I'd get it all. Who's the problem?
what the problem is? Like, here's a good question, Chris. Model versus plan. How do you run your swing trades? I really want to learn swinging. Well, depends on what type of swinging you're trying to learn. If it's stocks related, you know you can break it down to three layers. One being the environment. Is the environment supportive of swing trading? Two, relative strength. What are the leading sectors that are relatively stronger than other sectors? Like if you look at banks, not doing much, right? But if you look at Nvidia, AMD, SanDisk, all-time highs, right? So you want to focus in the leading sectors, in the right environment. And then when you go for entry management or risk management, you have to identify a entry model that allows you to enter at a area with minimal risk that can allow you to participate in the trend of that move. For me, that's around the 20 EMA on the daily. I want to buy pullbacks into the 20 EMA. I want to buy the breakouts away from the 20 EMA and participate in those daily uptrends.
All right, maybe I'll answer this for you, Chris. So he says we don't want yours, we want Chris's explanation. So Chris actually, when we got on the stream, broke it down entirely. Those who were on in the morning saw it. So again, hey, rewind button. You can actually catch his breakdown. It's crazy that everyone here has to tell you that fact, but I wish you the best. How about you show up to class on time?
All right, so this morning long's up 280 points. my IB strat long after getting stopped out. Remember, I took a -1R earlier, guys. Very
Hey,
close to 2R.
he says, so you're talking for Chris. What a bunch of girls. It's DEI Friday. It's DEI Friday. We're all inclusive here. Can't be saying those things. DEI Friday, baby. Have you taken any profits yet?
I can't until we get to 2R. Either 2R
Wrong
hits
or
here
wrong.
soon, or we reverse back down and maybe I get stopped out. But if ES can break out of this little consolidation, then NQ should go to 2R here.
Why he keeps saying we?
Yeah, I broke down the plan for ES and I don't even trade it.
Yeah, Chris did a whole breakdown. So, I mean, seriously speaking now, no more messing around. If you really want to see it all, it's on the stream. You can hit rewind and stuff. If you can't be bothered to hit rewind, you can't be bothered to be teach anyway. So make your choice. Make your choice. It's out
The
there.
other kind of swinging, that'll be NT Live after hours.
Nah, you got to pay extra for that. That's paywall.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
That's paywall, baby. Not everything's free. That's what the 24-hour stream is. So whoever voted yes.
Do I
The
swing
private
trade
mentorship.
futures? Do I swing trade futures or ETFs? I do more swing trading for the ETFs. I do forget. I'll swing trade futures 1 to 2, 3 days, but I forget to like put on multi-week swings in futures. But I do need to do that. There's just so much money, to be made in swinging. Which prop firms do I use? For the IB strat here, I'm using Lucid. These are 5 Lucid accounts.
The GOAT.
Yeah. These are 5 funded Lucid accounts. I am up around 5,000 each. I already got a payout. And they said I need to get to 7,000 in profits to make another request. So we'll see if I hit that this month. Yeah, that's where the name came from, Yo Mama, because these consolidations on daily charts used to create ranges or boxes, and I would just buy the breakout of those boxes. The market's a little bit different now. We're very volatile, moves up, so I've had to adapt. But I just kept the name.
What a handle, Yo Mama. My good friend Bag Life. No, I don't think anyone assumed that you were unprofitable or a noob. It's good to see different perspective. I do agree. Everyone just assumed that you were lazy because we've just been sitting here telling you that what you're looking for is earlier in the stream and you still won't rewind it. So, people can say, hey, look, you're lazy, or you really don't respect our time in any way because you're demanding that we say what we've already said again for your sake. It's different. No one said you're unprofitable or a noob. Thanks, Robin. How much capital is a minimum? That's really personal to one's finances. Um, I think speaking for myself, I would probably do it the same way I did coming up into having a cash account. As in, right now, the largest available sizes for props are the 150Ks. I would rather go the prop route and stay on that route until you've kind of exhausted the leverage that you can get with prop and then switch to cash, because props are such a good leverage opportunity, right? For what you pay and what you can get paid. Until you guys, okay, speaking personally, until I find that I am a very consistent trader with like a batch of 150Ks, then I'll dabble into the cash account. So if you were consistent with 150Ks, you'd have a pretty good, amount of cash built up already, and then you can go allocate that to a cash account. But I think right now the value proposition with the existence of props and being able to have like up to 5, maybe 10 if you do like cross copying a bunch, which I've always been too paranoid to do. And at the 150 size, I mean, you can already get a lot of leverage. Having rules
A
in
lot.
prop versus without it, yeah, it does suck, but that's the value proposition, right? That would be my route, which is what I did. I would go that again. Yeah, protect the downsides as best you can, which is through prop.
I'll add to that. I come from, trading larger amount of money, and I was doing the math with these 5 Lucid accounts. I've technically made passing the evac accounts, right? That's $6,000 per account, so that's 30,000. Then I've made 6,000 on top of those on the funded account, so that's another 30,000. So that's $60,000 in 2 months. In order for me to make that, you need to have at least 300,000, like at least 300,000 to 600,000 to make that. And, my background is in going out to seek, that kind of money so I could trade, but you don't need that with these props. You are spending a couple $100 and you have the same access to that leverage. That's huge.
It is huge. Yes.
There was a question here. Can I explain that again, but in Spanish? No. Chris, we know XY normally trades his personal account. Just curious, do you normally trade prop? No. I come from swing trading background, so I had to make the money, put it into my account, trade that money and grow that. So I'm trading, my personal accounts, these Lucid accounts. I have a larger swing trading account. I have a larger, longer term account. That's what I'm saying. I was in the industry, and to go out and seek investors to give you money to trade or invest for them. You don't need to do all of that with props. I had to adapt from trading boxes. Is it because it was less profitable? No. You know what happened is that as my trading awareness grew, I understood that instead of participating in breakouts, I could buy the failed breakdown at the bottom of the consolidation. Let me show that here. Buy the failed breakdown here. Right here, instead of buying the breakout of the box, let's say here, this is the box. I eventually, my trading skills got better where I could recognize that, hey, instead of buying the breakout right here, and some breakouts failing, some breakouts not, the failed breakdown at the end of the downtrend is what actually is triggering that reversal before the breakout. So entering down here is what would help me minimize my risk, allow me to put on bigger size, and make more over the long term because I would be taking less stops from failed breakouts, right? So that's what my trading transitioned into, and I don't trade. I mean, I'm still aware of these boxes, and I'm still drawing these boxes that you guys see in my plants, but most of my trades now are failed breakdowns. That's like 90% of my trades, failed breakdowns into support or a moving average. That's why I don't trade boxes. But I mean, what do I change my name into if it's not trading boxes? Would it? I don't even know what my social media name would be anymore. Trading R's. So we currently have an SMT at the IB highs, and it's not good for my longs here. So if we don't bounce and eventually work higher, then I will I will take a stop here. And that's like when you're creating a systematic strategy, this hit 1.5 R, and some of you guys are asking, oh, why don't you take profits there? Why don't you pay yourself? I can't. I designed it in a specific manner where it's to allow me to always participate in trends when they come. So you have to think of it like this. Like, this strategy is one bucket out of my overall trading system. I have a swing trading system, I have a regular futures day trading system, and then I have a systematic IB system. So it's split into buckets, right? So I don't have much emotional attachment to if I go through losing trades, because it's a smaller percentage of my overall portfolio, but it's a high growth strategy, right? So let's say this is 25% of my overall portfolio. I can put on 10% risk per trade, which is extremely high, but I can do that in order to make $20,000 into $150,000 by the end of the year, right? Extremely aggressive. When you can't do that with, a much larger account, because if you lose that account, well, you lose all your savings, right? So the idea is to manage those accounts differently, grow them over time, but then with this aggressive account, grow that in a way where on a yearly basis, I can extract 100 grand from the market just from this systematic approach, right? So, right, there's different objectives in designing strategies, and the P&L volatility that this strategy goes through doesn't affect me.
Every strategy is going to have that. But you did have a question. Well, there's a lot of questions, but someone asked what an SMT is.
SMT, I don't know the exact terms. I just know it's a divergence at a key level. So like NQ took out the IB high, ES didn't, and we're rejecting from it. So it's like an RSI divergence, right? It's just ES did not take that out, NQ did. How long did it take me to pass the eval? A little under 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, I think. Just taking 1 or 2 trades a day, 10 minutes max, because you guys see, everything's in automatic mode, right? I just need to be in front of the screen when it triggered. My targets are placed, my stop is placed, and either the targets will get hit or not. And then I move on and do it the next day and the next day. And it's a very small piece of my overall approach.
Is it smart money technique, Boriquant, or are you messing with me? Smart SMC.
No,
smart
I think that's what
technique.
it's called, but I don't know why.
Okay, so what's SMC? Someone says smart money technique followed by those who use SMC. Smart money concept? I think it was smart money concept.
I think so. Yeah, this is a IB fell. I mean, it's pretty obvious. NQ took out the IB high, ES didn't. But I can't, I'm not gonna get in the way of the rules of the strategy. At some point, do you see that strategy being valid in a mirror market, otherwise known as a downtrend? Yeah. When you design a trend following strategy, you're supposed to capture trends in the direction of the market. So if we're in a downtrend, the rules are flipped and now it's looking too short. Right? So it does really well in uptrends and one directional moves like we've been in the last, I've grown the personal account that I started with $5 grand to 22,000. So with this recent loss, I'm probably like at 21,000. So it's working as designed extremely well. right? So it is bound to go through some choppy periods because it's gone, what, 300, 400% in 2 months. That's huge. But again, I was risking 10% per trade. And if one big winner day was 3.5, that means I made 35% of the account in one day. But again, extremely aggressive approach, right?
Is SMT, SMC, ICT, or is this a whole different thing, guys? I assumed everything with a three-letter acronym was ICT stuff. Am I mistaken?
All right, I'm going to move my stop to my original morning long below the last higher low
The
here.
ICUP. Yeah, Mr. Market, you're at least 30 years old. Mr. Market is at least 30 years old.
This original trade is at 6, 7, probably 8R. So I'm moving my stop to under 6R on this last higher low. And if it comes back down and stops me out, then I am done for the day with this trade. But if we make a new high, then I'll move my stop under this swing sort of low. And then for the other trades, I'll just stay in them.
Okay, so SMC is a whole different thing. ICT says he created SMC, but it's different. SMC. Oh my goodness.
I can differentiate that. But that's not.
Hey, you remember iCup back in the day? iCup? ICUP?
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
way back.
we old. Mr. Market said that. He gotta be. Mr. Market, come clean. How old are you? Over under 30. I say over. Oh,
Right,
also someone asked if I was gonna be in the Riz podcast. I am not high profile, guys. There's no way. I'm just a dude in front of your screen. I remember ICUP, I'm 32. I see. Dutch. No, it's too soon. We can't release that yet. Delete that, Dutch. Delete it now. That's true. iCup is the grandfather of these nuts. Yes, it is. Crayon lines. That is so true, man.
Anthony's saying that his kids are starting to say iCup.
No
It's funny how
boy.
that moves back into
The cycle. It's like fashion. iCup is fashion. Okay, Mr. Marquez has literally 41 today. Hey, first of all, happy birthday, man. Second of all, I knew it. The old iCup.
Oh,
Here's
do
one,
we go
Chris.
for new highs here?
Do you use EMA or SMA? Someone asked.
SMA. Chris, you still holding the trade you took on your personal account, the one at the opening? Yeah, I'm still long all 3 accounts. Where is that? I have too many trading platforms up. See, guys, like I have a Schwab to trade my longer term money. I have Interactive Brokers to trade my medium term money. Like it's just different strategies, right? It's create different strategies that work for you. Think about how much you can make. Here's the morning long up 287 points.
No one dodging the iCup test. You're right. I've seen the tape around the iCup. I've seen the order flow. Yeah, no, I'm just hanging out today. I told myself on Wednesday I'm done. I'm done for the week. And I that's a hard rule for me. Every time I've broken that rule, I've regretted it. I'm pretty sure. Well, all the times I can remember, it was in deep regret. So, hey, if the market blesses me, earlier in the week, I'm not gonna say no. So, yeah, I'm just chilling. That's why I'm just like bullshitting in the chat. I'm talking to the people that hate me, they hate Chris. I'm talking iCup. I'm going on random rants.
I need 3 strategies so I can lose 3 times faster. Chris, you really helped me understand what a strategy means and why it's important to apply it systematically. Amazing. Great. Awesome. I'm glad I could help with that.
Dom replays.
Systematic trading turned things around for me. More kudos to what XY is doing, but like I have a very disciplined background because of my health, and that's the only way I could have become profitable.
Dom replays has a nice message for you. Did you see it? Great handle, by the way. How do I read delta volume profile? I say delta value is minus 200, but when price moves away and revisits the delta price area and it's positive now, does delta adds up? Well, I mean, that's kind of like unwinding it, right? If you see huge negative delta and all of a sudden it becomes positive, the buyers are currently taking over all that selling. So it's literally, I don't want to say it's like a reversal indicator, right? But if you see 200 of negative delta completely unwind, it does tell you something, right? It means as that delta was building negative, there's a passive buyer sitting there, or passive buyers sitting there absorbing the selling. That is one layer of buy side interest, right? And if that delta is unwinding away from 200 and it goes neutral or positive, that means the bid in the market is willing to absorb heavy selling, and there is so much urgency for them to want to bid. They're actually crossing the tape at the same time. So that's like uh, double barrel buying, right? Does that mean price is going to rip up 100% of the time? Nothing is 100% in this market. No one knows what it's going to do at any given moment. But the odds are in your favor, I would assume. Yeah. So if you're looking for a long and you find a spot where that's occurring, negative delta is building up, it means someone's passively willing to provide support, right? Because they want to buy it. Now, if the delta starts unwinding, it means buyers are now starting to cross the tape. They're willing to hit the ask. They're willing to buy at ask with urgency. If you're looking for a buyer and you're not buying that, what are you doing, right? If you're wrong, there's your stop. If you're right, you're rewarded. There needs to be nothing further to that.
My entry here, 893. I think what I'll do is I'll move my stop up to the last higher low on this morning trade, and that'll lock in 7R. So if we don't push out to new highs here, then there's a chance that we come back down and this trend ends. So at that point, I'll get out of this morning long, and then I'll just stay in the other trades if they hold their stop.
Yeah,
We'll
Dom
see.
replays, especially as someone who trades the Dom and stuff, you really get lost in the sauce. That's why it's super important to be able to see a lot of things on your screen, have the high time frames up. That's why like when you guys see me trading, my chart's always like super compressed. I see the whole day's range and some. I don't want to get lost in it. Um, and it just it looks tiny, but I need to be able to see it all the time so I don't get lost in the sauce. Super zoomed out. I'm not a fisher, no. I know you see the
There you
hat,
go.
but I'm
All
not a
the
fisher.
accounts.
I go to a different section in the store. Trump at 12? Oh, yeah. Wow, we got the FOMC headliner lineup.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hello,
Yo,
how are you?
yo. How we doing?
Good.
Doing good.
How about Yins? How you doing?
We're good.
Good.
And some longs today as every day. What
No
else is
comment.
there to do?
Yep. Feels good. Feels good.
This is your
Press the
type
buy
of
button.
day, no? Where you get these little pullbacks, you buy them, and then goes higher.
Yep. That's it.
Wild.
Just that easy, baby. Yeah, I was a little late getting to the chart, but yeah, that's all I got. We my squiggly lines are working pretty well today, and there's also a mid. I don't draw this one, but this is like the 1.5, and by the time I was able to get to it, it was support. So I just bought it a couple times. There was some cool stuff happening on the DOM down here too. I'm trying to maybe review that if I can for folks, but good example of lifting a bunch of offers and then stacking more buys on top of that spot you just lifted, which is buyers saying, yes, please. So yeah.
Or like, I need it and I need it now.
Yes, they have a structured settlement up there for sure.
I'm gonna need that now.
It's like, okay. I mean, even I might be, I think I'm a little tired today. I'm not sure. But even I was like, man, this is a lot of buying for a Friday. You guys, woo.
Fridays are for buying, man.
I know.
You know this.
Yeah.
Risk on into the weekend, I guess.
So I did not long today. I did not trade my funded accounts today. I placed short on evaluation from 74.15. I added to my position. I entered at 74.11, added to my position at 74.20. My average 74.15, final CP 7,400.
Okay.
So on evaluation, I'm in short since 10:30.
You might get it here.
Volume.
Yeah, I don't hate it. ES is definitely weaker. NQ is just unstoppable today and every day this week. So
Yeah.
even in that sell-off, it was the only thing holding anybody up. And by sell-off, I mean brief
Good thing
30
you guys are all
points.
here. I had a question earlier. It says XY,
Okay.
if you were to start trading from scratch, how would you approach trading props with your strategy? I think you guys have 3 prop traders here right now,
Yeah.
and they can answer all, because someone asked too, like, should we go for 5 accounts at once or start from 1 and scale?
Hey, Chris is
What's
a
the
prop trader
strategy?
too, right?
I said
I'm
3.
one of you guys now.
Yeah, I said 3.
Oh,
I'm not
you off?
trading any.
Oh, okay. You're off the prop.
So hey,
Sorry, I
yeah,
forgot.
like you guys have got the people you need right now. So ask away.
No, well, don't include they know more about the prop game than you know how many questions I asked XY? I'm like, yo, how do you open a prop account?
Chris would be in my DMs like, look, can I do this? Like, whoa, it's like this. Like, okay, what does this even mean?
Yeah,
I'm like,
ask
don't worry, man.
Lumi
I
and
got you.
Stowe. They're your pros.
Yes, you've got the perfect cast to ask. But from a beginner standpoint, I think even prop aside, all trading, mechanical is always the best way to start and maybe even end.
Yeah, who got a question?
So yeah, someone asked if
This is so fun.
You know, I always say like, oh, if it weren't for props, I wouldn't be here right now. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you were to do it again, how would you do the props? And then someone asks, okay, should I do like 1 at a time? Should I hit a whole 5-pack at a time? Obviously, I mean, the easy answer there is like, it depends how consistent you are, right? You don't want to blow 5 at a time if you're not consistent enough yet, and so and so. But if you are, yeah, I mean, up the leverage. I would say this: don't up your leverage via trade size. Do it by accounts. So if you have 1 account, don't try to up your leverage by trading bigger size on it. Just get another account. So up the leverage by getting more accounts versus size per.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if you're not consistent, just get 1 at a time. There's really no reason to. I mean, I know that you're sometimes incentivized to get more than 1 at a time, but don't. Just get one until you know what the hell you're doing. This could take you years. And then, yeah, beyond that, like just burn into your brain. This is the size that I can get away with and still trade the way that I want to trade, and don't leave it. And then just add accounts to that once your consistency builds. So like if I trade a 50K Lucid account, I can't really go above 4 MNQ and 2 ES in that account while surviving the drawdown. It doesn't really make sense for me. So if I feel like I'm getting consistent, I'll just add another 50K account. Don't move that size, but you've doubled it by adding more leverage the other way. So just think about it. I don't know. Think about it like, would you size up? Do you want to put more money at risk? Because that's all you're really doing. You're taking a $2,000 drawdown and doubling it or quintupling it, I guess. What the hell's 5? Quintuple?
Come on, give us new highs here. Let's push out in NQ. So close
What is
to
the target
2R.
on Q?
If ES holds here and pushes out back to IB high, then I think NQ will get that push higher.
Exploring CME, I made a video that will show you how to do that exact thing, bud. Just go watch that video. I show you how to make the white box.
Thanks, Robbins.
X-Tacky kind of has a good... Yeah, XY talks about this all the time. You have to be comfortable with your risk. Like XY just talked about this yesterday, I think, with like the amount of cash that he puts in an account. I think Salma was asking you about that stuff. Was that yesterday? I even watch the show when I'm not on.
What's
How about
the question?
that, Jens? He's just talking about how do you go about scaling up the number of props you trade. The more he adds, the more stressed out he gets. And I'm like, yeah, you're going to have pain points along the way of like, as you risk more, you're going to start to feel feelings about that.
I think you
risk.
also need to not chase everything you see on socials. Like, I don't know, I pulled out 100K this month and then 400K last month. It's copying a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I did just
Yes.
I have never copied multiple firms at once. So I got to where I am copying one company at a time. If it's a max of 5 there, it's 5 at a time. I'm not doing like, I don't know, what do people call it, like 40 accounts these days or something like that?
Let's go, Chris.
Across multiple. I've
Yeah,
never done that.
I
I was too
2R here.
paranoid. I am still too paranoid from copier issues, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, even just maxing out at 1, you can make plenty of money. And if you are where you need to be to operate a cash account, that money will undoubtedly give you a very nice cash account. That's for sure. So, don't go chasing all of the huge numbers, because behind the huge numbers is huge spend. No one wants to talk
Exactly.
about it, but it's just the reality. To make those numbers, you need to essentially gamify the prop game. And to gamify the game, you got to pay, right? You're paying for the time, not spending too much time on an eval, getting to fund it sooner, stuff like that. There's a lot that goes into it. So don't feel like you need to up the account numbers so much that now you feel stressed about it. If you're constantly stressed out trading, it's going to be really hard to make it in the game long term. Be reasonable.
Also,
That's
don't chase any waterfalls either while you're out there. That's important.
Yes.
Don't chase clout. Don't chase waterfalls. If you just avoid those two things, you'll be okay.
Max allocation with one prop is plenty of leverage. You can make plenty of money. And honestly, if that's too hard to do, there's still work to be done as a trader. If you ever feel like, I need to leverage more props from more accounts at the same time, because you need to make more. I think, yeah, there's some work to be done as a trader because I can't imagine going full allocation at one prop and being a good trader and not making tons of money just with that max allocation on one place, in one place. So,
All
yeah.
right, guys. Update on this. 2R got hit on the IB trade. And then the morning trade from this morning's up 310 points. I have 4R at 29,300 if we get up there.
I think you got room, bro. ES is pushing, and it hasn't made a new high at all.
Yeah.
Yep. ES still has that IB break in 3 points. I believe in at least 240.
No,
Someone wants to know, Lumi. Someone wants to know how many prop accounts you have. Hold on, let's guess a little bit. I'm gonna say, let's do
Funded
over
accounts, not
under
evaluations.
30.
Not evaluations, funded accounts.
Funded.
Oh, my bad, player.
Okay, funded. How many fundeds can you get? I'll say over. She's over 20. The over under the line is 20.
I would agree. I would say over 20.
Over 20.
I mean, yes, over 20. But not 40 yet. Yeah, 35 funded accounts, and I have 10 evaluations.
Yeah, so if you guys got prop questions, right here. She's the one.
I do. What trade copy do you use?
Replicanta. It's paid add-on for NinjaTrader.
Do you ever have any issues with trades going through, or maybe like a stop not going through, or
Well, I
things
used
like
to
that?
have problem, but it was probably 2, maybe 3 years ago when I had so-called ghost orders. When I was closing my position, it was opening opposite position. I'm not sure if it was issue with rhythmic connection or trader weight connection or with my copier. So since 2024, end of 2024, I never had an issue. So Replicanta itself says don't copy more than 20 accounts, but I copy more than 30 accounts, funded accounts. Yeah, feels slightly different, but it's okay. It's fine.
I like a different one, Chris. But Replicante is like that's old school. That's the OG. And I've tried to get Dasha off Replicante, but she says she can't break up with it because she's been with it for too long.
Yeah, that's why someone said in the chat, why if you consistently profitable trade funded and not trade one MNQ on personal? Tell me why I should trade my I trade my personal, but why I should trade personal if I have 35 funded accounts and I can trade one micro on each of these accounts?
Well, it's just leverage.
What's the reason? Like, give me 3 reasons why I should trade my live account over these props at this point.
Well, regardless of the reasons that they provide, you're approaching it from your own objectives. And as long as your objectives make sense to you, it doesn't matter if they provide better reasons.
No, it's not first person who's saying this, and I never understood this. What's wrong with this?
It's just it's like I think there's still that it's not real trading thing floating around in some people's brains. It's just gatekeeping, in my opinion.
I mean, as long as this money in my bank account, I don't care if it's SIM funded account or the environment.
That's
who
right.
Cares?
That Monopoly money, it spends the same somehow. I remember I got into a very large tiff about that. And it's like, yeah, well, I put it in my bank account and I used it like real money, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, when I got that payout, it didn't feel like real money. It's like, is this what everybody feels?
I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I trade my fund account, I trade my personal account. I don't feel the difference in how this money smells. It smells the same.
Yeah, people are
So,
just
no
grouchy,
difference.
Chris, you know.
Yeah. That's why I never understand this. And when I ask, give me 3 reasons, everyone disappears. Well,
562. This is a tough YouTube name to respond to, by the way. So just throwing that out there. It says Stowe on the DOM, nothing shows on the pull stack columns. Do I need market data other than level 2? No, you don't. It should be showing up. Go watch that video I put on the internet. It's very short. Just make sure you have all your pull stack stuff turned on correctly. And then maybe take a screenshot and tweeted at me what it looks like. Oh, I like Replicanto. Or not Replicanto. I like I like Replicanto is fine too. I like TradeCopia.
TradeCopia.
Yeah.
Did you try TradeSyncer?
No.
I've heard, honestly, from things I've heard about all of them, I feel like TradeCopia has been. I'm pretty. Is it TradeCopia, guys? I want to say it's. I read it as
TradeCopia.
TradeCopia, but everyone says it in the Boston accent. TradeCopia.
TradeCopia.
No idea.
But from what I've seen, like sentiments, negative, positive, TradeCopia seems the best option. No experience myself, nor with TradeSyncer, but from what I see, it seems like TradeCopia, it's the one.
TradeCopia sounds better.
Trade what? TradeCopia sounds better?
Yeah. Yes.
I just can't stop saying
so
it.
Lumi is
It's
not
Nick's
a fan
fault.
of the Boston accent.
TradeCopia.
This much we've learned today.
TradeCopia, like
If you've got a Boston accent, do not speak to her.
On Beantown.
I believe TradeCopia and TradeSyncer are the cloud-based, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're asking the wrong
I don't know
person.
about TradeSyncer, but yeah, TradeCopia is. I think so.
I believe so.
I have used it to do a innumerable number of amount of things. I've copied from my live. This is what I prefer to do with prop accounts these days is I just get ones that have a daily loss limit or max drawdown size of like the amount of cash I'm going to have in the brokerage account. And I just turn it on and leave it alone over there. I don't worry about consistency. I don't really worry about anything. I just let it double my wins or losses in a different way. And just copying from my cash account into other prop accounts, and that's across multiple different companies too. I've never had anything once weird. So they got my vote. And it's a better user interface than I don't know. I don't want to talk shit. I'm not trying to talk shit. I don't have any stake yet. I don't have any skin in this game. Just an opinion.
But you don't ever go through issues as well of like stops not getting hit or orders not getting.
Not with TradeCopia.
Is it
I have with Replicanto, but that was back in the day with I don't know.
Yeah,
arguably.
it was a long time ago, right?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they've sorted that by now.
Mm-hmm. They did.
Is it hard to install or copy or set up?
I don't know, Chris. How easy was it for you to set up your prop accounts? How many times did you have to call XY? I need to know your skill set before I'm ready.
Nothing was set up. It was just like policies and rules mostly. He did fine with the setup. I didn't get any tech support questions.
Yeah, bro. No, you'll be fast.
Like,
you'll
do
be
I look
fast
like
to
support?
find, yeah. It's intuitive.
What was I going to ask? I forget. Oh, wait. Oh, my question was, can you trade those on the web version or you have to do it on the platform, on the desktop?
I don't know. I just do the way it works is I think it's probably web too. So like the way it works is you just log into all your different in TradeCopia, you log into all of your different platforms that you have accounts with, and then it just has them pulled up there. So I think it all lives in the cloud.
No,
Dave
but
is
to
getting
trade,
crazy.
can you trade on the Ninja web,
I bet you could.
or it has to be on the desktop? Okay.
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't trade off of the desktop when I use it. So I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure anywhere you place an order, whether it's phone or web or desktop, it's going to register that as long as it's on and running.
Might have to do that and do what Lumi does and trade 57 accounts.
Dude, there's no reason why not to.
It is Chris's new
Chris is going to get banned.
top era.
I know. This is
Chris is like, I've had enough.
He's never gonna have to ask me questions again about prop rules and policies. He's gonna be the seasoned veteran.
I love it.
I want to
He's gonna
make
be the one telling me
200,000 a
like
month
you should do
from,
this. This is the move.
prop accounts.
He's gonna need to get a whole different another computer. He's got one for his swings, for his live trading right here. He needs another one for all his 57 prop accounts.
Oh, the folks in the chat say that you can, Chris. That's I'll trust.
Oh,
I'll trust
cool.
Boone. I'll trust
Hey,
Boone.
so did you guys? I didn't know there was all this new stuff like NT Live shirt, a T-shirt, a hoodie, a
Yeah.
silver
we got
coin.
new
Did you guys
stuff.
get all these in
Yeah,
Miami?
sure did.
Wow.
I think the girls got a pink one. Lumi might have gotten a pink jacket or sweater.
Oh, you guys got some new
The
stuff.
girls got some stuff that looked cool and that I did not get. I was a little bummed.
We can share with you.
Yeah? All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Lumi. The thing I got that rules is a sweater hoodie. It is awesome. It is, you would like it, XY. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I want some.
Yeah, but you blew it. You went to Hawaii instead. So this is your punishment. And I actually made sure to say to Shab, make sure that he never, ever gets one of these.
Do not send any of this to him ever. Promise me one thing.
Somebody asked me when this trade that posted on X, it's this same. I'm still in it. I'm still in this same trade. I got in at 10:30, 10:31, something like that over here. It was on this push down. And I did a thing.
The fake sell?
That you're not supposed to do. No, I got in this one, not this one. So I was in 7 lots here. It's just micros. It's not crazy. ES was moving down. ES and NQ have been doing 2 separate things today. Again, they've been doing it all week. ES was moving down to its RTH VWAP. Now, this is ES here. ES was pulling down, and it came down to a tick. This is, again, like a ridiculously obvious trend setup. You just kind of wait for this reaction. I also have a squiggly line here, which helps. But as it was pulling back to that, I was in 7 lots up here. I took 5 off, and then I moved my stop 10 points down to survive this VWAP touch. So there is such a thing for me as when it's okay to move my stop, and that's if I keep my risk. So I took risk off and made my stop loss wider at the same time. As long as I'm doing that and not moving my stop in a riskier fashion, I allow myself to do that. So, but now I'm on the other side of this node, and I actually like this a little better because this was more of an equal low at these 2 spots. And then we came down here, we talked to it for a second. And then, like I said, the buyers were just buying the piss out of this. There's no reason not to click the green button. But yeah, that's when that was from. I'm trying to get to the gray box. We haven't seen the gray box in a hot minute.
Pretty close.
We are close.
If it were a day to hit the gray box, it's certainly today. Jeez.
Yeah, you can get Christos. You have to buy data from whoever you get it through. You can buy the full bundle from Lucid, which is, I think it's $48. I just did it for that demo. I had them turn it on for that demo I did the other day. So you can have level 2 through Lucid, and probably most other companies let you turn it on for money. But you got to pay the CME for that. So you either pay through your brokerage or you pay through a prop company, and then they pay the CME. There ain't no free data around these parts. And good morning, Heats. Good morning.
What's your stop on your long on your short, Lumi?
High 74.22.75.
At highs. I mean, if we can't break out of here, then you're.
I'm okay. Well, I just cannot see market going higher like all damn week. It's just insane. I really want to see the test of 74.01 run, so I have projections there. So just want to get retest and honestly expect to get something that I have on my chart. See this arrow? I still can see maybe my pump to 74.26 first. Then I would like to get rejection to the area between 7400 and 73.87 and some longs from there if it's going to be reaction to 74.65.
I like that part where it goes straight up at the end. I like that part a lot. 74.65. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm bullish. I just messing with my vowels.
65.
Maybe
Hey,
not today.
that's ES's
Maybe
magic
not today.
box, though.
Yes, it is.
Totally
Yes, it
reasonable.
is.
Totally reasonable.
Just want to see
ES looks
74
so much different than NQ today.
1.
Yeah, man. It's been doing that all week. It's
Are
been
you long
very
ES or
annoying.
NQ?
Just NQ.
Lucky you.
ES has been a much uglier trade. I know because I gave a lot of NQ money back trading ES this week. And I have hated myself for it.
Yeah, ES is, it's I'm surprised too. Cyclicals aren't really pushing up with the market. It's very tight concentrated. You usually have banks, industrials push up eventually as we rotate, but we just haven't had that. And ES has been a drag because of that.
It's AI's world. We're just living in it.
Yeah. This is all AI, guys. We're
Is
not
it?
here.
I feel like I'm doing more work than AI would be doing right now. Oh my God. Sorry,
like
my cat is fighting the robot right now. If anybody has a cat, the best thing you can do for it is turn the vacuum robot on every day and torture it with that thing. It's like Thunderdome right now.
Yeah, nothing's going on now. Just a little bit range bound. My long from this morning finally hit 300 points.
What? That's crazy. Good job.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
What'd you get in? 89? 889? Something insane?
893.
Good God.
I'm going to move my stop at 8R so I can lock that in.
You almost bought the open.
Yeah, right before.
Wow.
Moon Trader. It's replay mode, definitely. A lot of replay. A lot of replay.
We got nice
Chris,
question.
I'm worried if you start your prop for a mark, it might start changing rules. We might not want Chris doing this.
Could just ban Chris.
We
They
should.
don't want me on there.
What prop firm do you recommend for someone starting off? I highly recommend to start with demo first to see if you're profitable or not. First, for a couple of weeks, couple of months. But I always recommend to start with prop firm that has a one-time evaluation fee. So you can take your time passing this evaluation. It can be either Lucid, for example, or Tradify. So then look for consistency rule in evaluation. So it's a rule when you have consistency in evaluation, you're not going to have this unfunded. If you have no consistency in evaluation, you're going to have this unfunded. So I'm not against consistency on evaluation. This means you cannot pass for one day, but I would try to have consistency in evaluation and no consistency on funded. So I would try to look for one-time evaluation fee with consistency on evaluation, with no daily loss limit. So it can be, for example, Lucid Flex account or Tradify Select. So that's what I would consider at the beginning.
There you go. That's great. That was well said.
And no
Also,
activation
it
fee.
is
Most
okay.
Mhm.
It is okay to talk about Lucid and Tradify in the same sentence now because we watched them drink cocktails together. So it's all good.
You guys telling people what to buy right now?
No.
Doing a little promo. Yeah.
Lumi knows more about the actual accounts than I do. That's for sure.
Sorry, I missed it. She said Select and Flex, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Those are like the hottest. For good reason. I'm sure she outlined it.
Flex is what I use for Lucid for sure. I
I'm
think
trading
Chris, what are
right
you
now
on?
Lucid Flex evaluations.
On Lucid.
No. What accounts?
100K, I don't know, pro?
Gotta start somewhere.
I
There you
don't
go.
know.
Chris is
They look
Chris
the
is
same.
unking the prop firm talk right now. Which one am I on?
He's looking it up right now. He's like, wait. I should probably know this.
Pro.
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 There you go. There you go.
I don't even know why I chose that. I can't remember. All I was worried about was the $3,000 drawdown. How many trades can I afford to lose in a row to lose the account? That's really like the math that people really need to look at. So then I risked my trade at $500 risk so I can afford 6 trades in a row to lose the accounts. My backtesting results show that the longest losing streak is 4 trades in a row. So I said, okay, if I spend $600 and something to buy these accounts, it's like losing 1 trade in real money, right? That's all the math I needed to do to buy the accounts.
You started them to test the strategy, and in the end, those actually got you a full payout, right? All the way from eval to funded to payout.
That's hilarious.
So
that's
thoroughly
amazing.
tested, properly executed, and he got paid.
Yeah. Only bought once. I just traded the strategy and
So
I'm
what
waiting
you're
on my
saying is
second
if
payout
you
now.
follow a strategy and not do dumb stuff, probably make it in the game.
Yep.
Easier said than done, that's for sure.
Much easier said than done. It's not. Yeah. Don't make it seem like everybody can be Chris.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. I mean, dude is extremely
I don't think
disciplined.
there's anyone on the show more disciplined than Chris. Actually,
Yeah,
now
I would say.
that you put it that way,
yeah,
nobody. Nope.
Dosh is really close. I would put, if I was doing discipline rankings, they're both up there for sure.
Chris is all the way at the top.
What's the difference between pro and flex? I guess consistency on evaluation and funded, and days you need to trade to request payout. I believe with pro every 5 trading days, right? You can request payout. With flex, no buffer, but every 3 days. Don't remember like the difference.
Me neither.
But all I know, we have consistency on flex, on evaluation on flex plan, but no consistency on pro evaluation. While we don't have flex consistency on funded, and we do have consistency on pro funded account. Dasha, talk to us about how you manage. Well, it's hard at the beginning. So when you copy, I don't copy all 30 accounts normally at the same time. I copy like 20, 25. It's not a huge difference, but still. So just don't focus on this. Just execute, hide your copier, hide your PNL, and that's it. Just feel like you trade one account.
Yep.
That's it. Simple. And I do have base hit. So once I made like certain amount of money, I usually close accounts. That's it. Done for the day.
You said you close accounts?
I mean, just log them.
Oh, okay.
Disconnect.
So you guys are convincing me to do the trade copier, and then I'll probably buy 5 of these Lightning accounts from Tradeify so I can...
Wait, why you want to buy Lightning funded?
I don't want to do the evals again.
I mean, well, it's expensive. It's 20% consistency rule. So
what would you suggest to add 5 more accounts?
You have daily loss limit. I would say go with 150K select, and once you pass, pick flex.
150K select? But then I got to make $9,000 imaginary dollars.
Yeah, Chris, I would put, I mean, I don't know. I did my most Tradeify damage with the Lightnings. As long as you're comfortable with that consistency. The other thing that's cool about if you want to manage your consistency well, the other thing about trade copy, I don't know if, I don't know if Replicanto does this.
Another reason why you need to go with Lightning funded, because in order to request your first payout on Lightning funded account, you need to make $9,000 on 150K account. While on 150K select flex, you need to make your drawdown to request payout. So technically on Lightning funded, you need to pass this account as well.
Why would they have a rule on live account as well? Like to make $9,000.
It's just expensive. I would say select flex is way to go. They also have select daily, so you can request daily payouts, but flex is better because they don't have daily loss limit, and you can request payout after you made your drawdown.
It's just the thought of making 9,000 imaginary dollars.
So technically, on Lightning Funded, in order to request payout, you need to pass evaluation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
you need to pay 3 times more.
On
Yeah.
the Lightning, you need to make the 9,000, but then you can withdraw from that, or after the
Right.
9,000, you need to make more.
No.
So once you up 159, so you made $9,000, and you can request $3,000 payout.
Okay. That's.
I mean, I would try to go with select flex. Just pass evaluation. It's not that hard. I believe they have consistency on evaluation, which is 30% or 40%. You need to take 3 days to pass.
Oh, consistency 40%.
Around.
My
So
whole
it's
thing
not,
with that
it's
is
not a
that
problem, on evaluation.
why not just make more money?
Oh, why did I think of
What's the issue with that? Just make more
What's
money.
the problem? What's the problem?
What, you can't make
Eventually-
more money? He says it all like it's easy.
Uh-huh.
Well, I've got a solution. I'll just
Well, if you're profitable, just make more money, no?
Actually, no, that's not how it works. This is where you're going to run into the infinite scaling glitch you're looking for at the moment. Does not necessarily exist.
I'm like 3 years late on this, huh?
There were more glitches before, if that's what you're asking.
So
I don't know.
I really enjoy Tradify Select, but it's one of the best one on this market right now.
I'll just put more money into my personal account and trade larger size.
Yes, there you go.
I highly recommend to try Select, Tradify Select. You're gonna enjoy this.
Because right now I'm risking $1,100 per trade. As this account grows, I'll get to like $2,000, $3,000 per trade, and it'll be like $50,000, $60,000 account, and just have like a $10,000 a day winner. Then I go into
imagine
my
that
Just
over
do that.
57. Now imagine that over 57 accounts.
Why don't you just
57? Jesus, See, this is why I
57.
gotta follow Lumi.
Your computer is gonna start blowing smoke.
Yep, that's true.
Oh shit, it's 9 o'clock or 1. What is it? 10, 11, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's time for us. It's time for us to leave. But you were getting in some tech support, so I figured, it's gotta do it now.
All right, guys. Thanks for helping me out with that. I'm gonna get out of here. You guys have an amazing weekend.
Thanks for
too.
hanging. Make sure you hit the likes.
Thank you, homies.
Yeah,
See you
XY,
guys.
have a
Good
good
luck.
weekend.
Good luck.
Chat, take care. All right, you guys take care. Bye.
So make the 45, make the 9, and then 45 is faster to withdraw from. I see what you're saying, Dasha. You might be right. I've never thought about it like that. Lots of alpha in here, chat.
Okay, let's talk about the difference again. Someone said you need to make more because you need to pass evaluations and you need to make your drawdown. I know it's technically more, but at the same time, think about this. So you have consistency on evaluation, so it will take you 3-4 days to pass your evaluation to make $10,000. So not that hard. And once you fund it, you need to make 6,000 or so. Don't remember for sure. So you can do this for 1 day because you have no consistency on funded. While on Lightning Funded, you have consistency. So technically, you cannot make $9,000 for 1 day.
No.
Because it's going to destroy your consistency. So I would say Tradify Select Flex still winning here.
You're right. That low consistency, it can really become a problem if you have an outlier day to the upside. This is a citrus salt. This is my element drink. I love this thing. It's just salty bubble water.
But I want to drink. Let me bring my water.
Thanks for asking, Big Jib. It's delicious. It has 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 of potassium, and 60 of magnesium. And I find that I feel a lot better when I drink it versus when I do not.
I have Lightning Funded as well with Tradify. I'm just saying from my personal experience.
Dash, you know much more about this than I do, so I would listen to you way over me for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Enzo prefers has lightning and then prefers flex also. Okay. I don't know if these buyers are getting shut down or not. This is something that often happens at these highs like this. I mean, it's doing it on ES. It's kind of doing it on NQ. NQ is certainly much more bullish at the moment. It has potentially a tiny bit of a single print here, but it's just bumping up against somebody. I would be shocked if we didn't clear the IB high at some point. Just from all of that. I mean, there's just dude up here refilling, and then this resting liquidity is also kind of a clue. I try not to lean on it too much, but I would be surprised if we make it through the afternoon without getting up here. But as the day slows down, it's just going to take a while. I hope that we get to 7,400 first, because that means that Lumi gets her target, and then we can go take out the IB high. And as long as my long down here at 83 can survive, everybody wins.
Trump is going to speak at 12. It's 12:10. He's about to start, I guess.
Okay. Let's go. Man, Dasha, how sick would it be if we got volatility for this hour that we're hanging out? That never happens. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, way better.
Good.
On Monday, it was
I was worried
so
about
painful.
you, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, way better. Way better.
Good.
I had surgery on Thursday, and I was like, I'm Friday, I'm going to swim. It's not a problem for me.
Yeah, I was
Funny,
like, what?
Dasha.
How are you going to?
Dasha, what are you talking about?
I'm glad you took the day. I was like, okay, good. When they told me that, when they told me you were going to take the day off, I was like, thank goodness. You need to rest, dude. Yes, Casanova, number one, thank you for watching. And we do live trade. I'm in one at the moment. So is Dasha. We are trading live at the moment.
I'm trading evaluations only. So decided to protect my funded accounts. Made good money this week on them. So decided like not going to trade on Friday. To secure some yields.
Yep. Unc says, why do we see market orders joining limit orders at the swing points? I'm not sure what you mean, homie. We see market orders joining limit orders at every point. That's the only thing that makes price move. So that's literally always happening. Yeah. I'm just not sure what you meant, Unc. Oh, yeah, I don't necessarily see that, especially on NQ. I mean, what you would see, the way you would see that here, I'll bring the Dama. Are you talking about ES? So I'll clear this. So I just cleared the at bid and at ask columns, right? So, and then we can look at the pull stack. We have a bunch of resting liquidity up here. Again, we don't know what it's going to do, but we're looking at it. So this white box pinging to and fro. This is where a market order has moved price to this side of the spread, right? And there's no spread on ES, so it's just one tick in either direction. So what I'm seeing is bid up here, but more bid up here on NQ than on ES. That's for sure.
Yeah, overall I'm bullish. I would like to see a pump to 74.65. Not sure if it's going to happen today, but still would like to see higher. Trying to find levels on NQ now. In case it's going to pump, I want to see.
I mean, it's doing gnarly stuff on NQ right now. Like, this is real aggression at the highs.
Well, I don't mind to see 29,278.50. Going to type in the chat. It's my final level. It's my projection. 278.50.
So this is a good example of what you see after some buy aggression can continue. So we smashed through the high here at these 218s. You saw a big sweep. This is a sweep, and then we see all this bid stacking coming in. So if we come back, we'll fill these up, and if this continues to push and hold, this is a desire for buyers to go higher. But that slam, that was, I mean, it could be anything. Stop losses, a big market buy sweep, anything. But this is just a good example of, we made a bunch of volume down here. It thinned out, and then price moved higher, and now it's building volume again higher. That's all the market does. It just auctions to and fro.
SPX still no new highs.
Dasha, you might have to get it. Can you get out of your shorts so we can go higher, please?
I'm in evaluation. I can close if you want for you.
No. I'm just kidding.
I already forgot about this, by the way. Let me see. I
don't know what. Yeah, there's definitely somebody up there. Just pausing. Yes, it's funny. All right. Good luck, Flash Golden. I don't have any. There's no short setups for me today.
For me right now either. So I would never ever short this in my life or funded account. Funny, because this week I made my money only on longs. I guess everyone made money on longs only. Because I was trying to short on Tuesday, got a loss. On Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it was just the easiest long ever. Yeah.
So I'm
Come
curious.
on, market makers, time to do something.
All right. So now we're back. We revisited this. So this is why I reset this thing whenever I do. So I can see where this defining point in this new auction is, right? So we smashed through the highs. We've come back. We're testing the top of that previous volume. There's some good resting liquidity up here too. So there might be a seller up here, and we might leave this volume behind. They might decide this is too expensive, and then we can retrace. We'll see, but we just have to see what happens. We have to see. Yeah, there's this guy.
SPX has doubled up, equal highs. No way it's going to leave this, to be honest. Also, SPX can pump to 7,400. It's just like 4 points away, but logically makes sense.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's good. I tried to make a thing for my NinjaTrader that showed me the SPX and ES price conversion in the top corner of my chart, but it did not work. I have to yell at Claude a little more about that to get that to work. But I would like to have that. Oh, you're welcome, Kenshin. Yeah, I hope they help. I don't know. The depth of market is fun to look at because you can see, I mean, everybody make up their mind in real time, and like it's a lot of changing its mind. Quite a bit, especially on NQ, because it moves very fast. Not so much today, but No, I don't use any tick compression on my NQ DOM. I'm a purist. Let's see, what time is it? 12:20. See, they put this. Sometimes this thing happens to NQ where you get this little bracket. You see this 54, 57? This is often something that shows up in the summer. You just get this bracket that follows price everywhere. It's probably just a computer program doing something, but it can be really annoying.
Yes, wild. Keep making new. Oh, it's keep failing to make new high.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah.
considering classic understanding of market structure, we have to drop hard at this point now. But no, it just keep consolidating for some magical reason.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
If I were to, so what I think is happening at the highs is this is just, Leo told me this forever ago and it's his saying, so I'll give it to him. But this is, the absorption is a process. And if there's absorption sometimes you'll get like this really dry absorption, which is really only active buying into passive selling with very little passive selling coming off of that. And it will just look like this. It's just like somebody just bumping into a door all day.
Okay.
And I mean, it will fry your brain to stare at for sure.
Yeah.
But it's also a ton of fuel for
Man.
sellers if they want to get anything moving off this, because this is a lot of buying that's going nowhere. So you're right also.
That's how I see this. If it failed to make new higher height, we'll try to go to opposite liquidity level, sell side. Opposite sell side right now sitting at 74.07. I know. We will see. Not fun of this market.
What are my feelings about heat maps? I don't personally find them useful, but if you do, that's great. You should use those. And you should use those to make money. I think everything is just a personal preference, really. Most market stuff is, or most indicator stuff, chart stuff. You got to find what makes sense to you. I mean, Dasha's got her time frame candles. So does everybody. XY's using Hekinashi candles, which I think are ridiculous. Not really.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
nuts.
I understand this.
Yeah, everybody uses their own stuff. Chris doesn't use any volume profile. I need volume profile. I can't live without it. Oh man, dude's in here fielding questions. Good. Good morning, brother. Good morning.
And keep trying to make new high again. Oil at the same time at least trying to pump. Interesting, because it's not typical picture when oil pumps and indices going higher. It's kind of wild.
I think it's done. Especially at least with NQ. I think they're decoupled. That's just my opinion. But over the last week or two, I think it's over.
Yeah.
What is crude at though? I haven't looked at. Actually, I have a crude chart. Never mind. I will look.
Oil dropped to like 90, around 90 this week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
But open daily chart. It just no comments.
Oh wow, what a nasty move overnight. And I don't know, people trade that thing. Not for me.
Not for me either. Even, I used to trade gold a lot, and I'm opening a gold chart. What's wrong with this? Also consolidating since end of March. I don't mind to see gold higher to 47.90, maybe next week. And also another attempt to take 48.40. But it's just chop, nothing else.
Does gold ever correlate to anything? Does it have a friend?
It used to be inverse correlation. I cannot say like it's really like good correlation, but it used to be inverse correlation with indices, and it was same direction for a couple of months. Right now, nothing.
Okay.
But yeah, you can use silver, for example. Silver with gold, it can be like good correlation.
Okay.
But it's not going to help you with trading like indices, for example.
Gotcha. Oh, golden bonds are synced up. Okay, thank you, Jim.
Oh, good to know.
It is good to know. Bag life are what fib level? I don't use any fib levels, but what are you looking at? What are the things you wonder? What levels on my chart? I will tell you. What's a good name? Bag life. We gotta make this high. Come on. I'll bring over yes too.
Failed to make high again. What?
Again, yeah.
Like, no comments. That's insane.
We'll see if we can make some moves here. All right, I'm going to reset this. So you see NQ here on the left, ES on the right. NQ is above new highs. This is this line, this 30 guy. So NQ is pumping. NQ's being good.
I said, yeah, as last level I have on NQ is 278.50. I know, I cannot see this higher. It's just really hard for me to buy this market simply because, come on, we pumping for like 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
There we go. Now
Look at
that was
since end of March.
All right, that was a new high. And we filled an iceberg here. So this is what I'm watching for. I want to see bid stack on top of this. And this is an iceberg at 23. So we'll see how much he needs to get filled.
I think ES wants to go to 74.26.
Looks good for now. So this was a big order. It was even bigger than it looked like. They only had 200 lots there, but the iceberg ended up being around 700 so far. And then the stacking stacked right behind it for now. So this looks like aggression. This looks good. Now, it doesn't mean it can't pull back, but this is the aggressive behavior I want to see from buyers at the highs. I want to see them stack past big offers that they had to fill and then keep crossing the spread to the ask side. Got a good bit of liquidity at 26. That would be cool. Whoops.
The very first pullback that we got, it was yesterday. That's all we got for the last 3 or 4 weeks. That's why it's really hard for me. I mean, I won this week on longs only, so thank for this, but it's still like I cannot understand these longs. Market just pumping on bad news, on good news, on everything.
Yep. I think it's better to just try to be as insane as humanly possible. And that's when I do my best trading. It's when if I can truly feel like I have completely lost my mind, that is the best trader that I can be at that moment. And I'm not even kidding. Yeah, literally not a pullback in 400 points. What a stupid day. I know you might think that, but like reverse engineer that thought for a second. Fitzwild is frustrated by this day, not a pullback in 400 points. Okay, so you nailed it. And this is something that AJ taught me forever ago, and this is why I can do this sometimes. Okay, if that happens enough, you can play that pattern too. So think about the things that you need to see as qualifiers on days like this to be able to buy into strength, and then start to think about trades that way instead of being frustrated by the outcome you're not receiving. Think about a way to understand the outcome that you're getting. It's not, I mean, I disagree. I don't think it's scary to buy into strength. I mean, look at all these dudes that just did it right there. I mean, we came up, we ran into this, we're buying into this strength. It's not scary. You just, as a scalper, you just have to define your risk. How much can you afford to risk on your thesis up here? Are we going to leave this node behind? All that stuff. Like, as long as you can figure out how to define your risk properly, nothing should be scary to you. It could be good high now. Let's see. This does look a little exhaustive up there. Nope. And you snapped right back. I definitely find this easier to see on NQ with the different volume structures. So like if we scroll back, we're building a bunch of volume up here. We've left some here, left a chunk here, left a chunk here. So you can kind of see, you know, XY says this all the time. You got to follow the volume.
Someone said, I have a Lucid account using TraderWeight. Can I switch to Ninja? So you can connect your TraderWeight account to NinjaTrader. Just go to connections, lower right corner, configure, click this, and find, I believe, NinjaTrader, right? Find NinjaTrader and available option. Click add. Oh, I can actually, let me see. I'm going to show you. Let me take a screenshot. Don't want to switch screens. So once you click to connections button and click configure, you will see this option available. Click NinjaTrader, click add, and you will see you need to add username and password. So enter your TraderWeight username and password. Then OK or apply, and that's it. You're going to connect your TraderWeight account to NinjaTrader.
And then it's all downhill from there. It's great. I take that for granted a lot, like the ease of connection stuff. When I was making the DOM video, I was like, oh man, I bet a lot of people don't know how to like import a NinjaScript file and stuff. So yeah, you got to be able to set up your connections properly too. I think Lucid has some pretty good documentation on their website to help you out also. TradeVit and Ninja are kind of the same thing, right? TradeVit prop is? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
I don't remember as well, but I have a video about this on my YouTube channel, how to set up NinjaTrader. I shared layout for prop accounts, what you need to have on your, let me ask team to add this video in the chat 1 second, because I share layout for prop firms, what I have, how to set up ATM strategy, and how to copy this. 1 second. We'll ask team to add email, to add link. This one. No, I closed the trade long time ago. Alpha futures, yes. Not that much, but yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Lumi, first stream said, can you talk about how you size in your prop accounts? I know you did that a little bit, but it was really good. If you can help them out.
Yeah, sure. So I trade only micros. I don't trade minis at all. So most prop firms don't have daily loss limit, but some of them, they have it. So I don't follow this daily loss limit. For 50K, I have 50K and 150K accounts. So for 50K, it's TPT and Epix. Until I build the buffer, I would call this before buffer, my risk per day is $250. At the same time, I never aim for 2R. No. My base hit is 1.5R on this account until I build the buffer.
Sick.
So I consider my risk is $250 a day. So this means if you take more than one trade, you need to divide this risk. I trade only like once a day, sometimes 2 times a day, but most of the time once a day. So I take a trade with $250 risk. So, and until I build my buffer, I want to make 1.5R. Sometimes I make 2R, nice, amazing, but mostly not. So this means I need to, on 50K accounts for Apex and TPT for others as well, you need to make your drawdown plus $100. So it's going to be $2,000 plus $100. So once I build the buffer, I can take my first payout. After my first payout on these accounts, I'm going to increase my risk per day. 300. And on these accounts, I'm not, oh, sorry guys. On these accounts, I'm never ever going to risk more than $400 on 50K account. Right now it's $300. So I keep trading this until I can request another payout. After second payout, my final, I'm going to increase risk again. Third payout. Okay, I'm going to do after second payout. Risk increasing $350 and not more. On 50K accounts, I'm never ever going to risk more than $350 a day, which is important. Until like you have like huge buffer, so you don't have drawdown or trading drawdown anymore, so it's a lot, whatever. But that's how I trade this one. This is how I stay in the game for the long time. $350. So this means don't ask me how many contracts you need to trade. You're going to calculate your contract size based on your risk. Sometimes $250, it can be one mini with with ES. Sometimes it's going to be 2 micros. Sometimes it's going to be 5 micros. Maybe sometimes it's going to be 2 mini contracts. It totally depends on how big stop loss. Okay. This is my risk. I have 50K accounts with TPT and Epix. Don't ask.
You heard her. Don't ask her.
That was funny. Let me see. I guess it's small one. Let me make this bigger. For 100K, not sure because I don't trade this one, but I'm going to share my risk. It's Tradify, Lucid, and E8 futures. Before buffer, 350. Not 2R, my base hit before the buffer, 1.5R. So for these accounts, damn, I don't remember. It's for 45, depends. I believe it's this one, if not mistaken. 400.
Closest trade.
450. So that's my risk on my accounts. So last time I blew my accounts was long time ago. This is how I follow this. And normally I'm in for 1.5 hour. It's my base kit. It used to be 2 hour, but once again, with current market, I switched to 1.5 hour. That's my personal risk. I hope it helps. I just don't remember. Each perfume has different drawdown. It's 4,500, right? I would say between 45 and 5,000. Don't remember for sure.
Yeah. This can go higher now that I'm out. I decided to give up. I didn't realize I got to the I got to the gray box. I had both my DOMs up on my screen, so I didn't see it. But this was my flattened
After
zone.
first payout, how much you have to request for the second payout? Well, normally each perfume has different caps. For second payout, sometimes it's the same as first payout, sometimes it's different. But most of the time, you can request only as long as you're above the buffer. You need to check on perfume website. I believe with Apex it grows. If it was, I don't remember for sure. But each perfume has different caps. For first payout, for second payout, for third payout, just need to check with this. But once again, with most perfumes, you can request as long as you're above the buffer. Buffer is your drawdown plus $100. So this line is buffer. Let me make a note here. Buffer. Yeah, most of the time I copy my evaluations with funded. So it's same risk at this point because I almost never divide them. But when it's really BS price action, sorry guys about this, I trade only evaluations. But risk normal is the same.
Tracy said Trump started to speak. For what it's worth. Let's see if this seller has any legs up here.
For example, if I withdraw for 6, depends on prop firm. Once again, it really depends on prop firm. Some prop firms require to make minimum trading days. Like Apex required to have on 50K intraday trading $200 minimum to count as a trading day. So you need to have this one to follow these rules to request another payout. You really need to read on prop firm website because it's different everywhere. So last time I blew my account, it was February. It was 5 evaluations, 5 funded accounts, and I was trading silver. So yes, I still blow accounts. Happens sometimes.
That's crazy. Look at this. Yeah, so a bunch of selling getting rewarded big time off that high. Again, that high is good now. So there's that. I wouldn't short it, but this is there's a lot of passive buying.
I want to see 74.07 and 74.01.
You might get it now.
I got a small loss on first short, $387. Trying another short here. Same evaluations.
Yeah, Apollo, I see it as well. That was a lot of selling. So left this node. I mean, we made a bunch of volume up here. 74.20, 50, 74.21, 50. This was a lot. Then a little. Then this was a big, I mean, this is a big cross here. This many sellers crossed to the bid side and kept pushing. And we're stalling down here, and this is more of an auction, but this is aggressive selling being rewarded right there at 18.
I entered short on evaluations again, but I don't remember if I said this before. But let me actually switch. It's my second short. How? Second.
All right, I'm coming down. We're at the -1. This is a trend indicator here. If we lose this, there's a lot of buying. It hasn't been retested yet. We'll see. Reset this and see if the bid shows up here.
I don't have like default risk of like it's interesting. How many points ticks do you risk? Sometimes my stop loss on NQ is 70 points. So sometimes my stop loss on NQ is 10 points. It really depends on range on the day. I don't have like default, if I can say so, amount of points to risk per day. So I risk amount of dollars, guys, a day. That's important for me. Let me take a screenshot. Or wait 1 second. I'm going to bring this on my screen right now. That's my risk. I never risk like 10 points a day or 20 points a day.
Yeah, I mean, the market's going to move around differently, right? Like it's going to be more volatile. You're going to have different trades. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. You can't really get married to that as long as your dollar risk is like your risk size is consistent. That's the part that matters.
Anyway.
So there's definitely a passive buy right here at 97. See what happens to him. Let me see. I got that. Did you guys see that stack come in? So we built this volume down here. And we'll go back to it. 195, there's only one lot transacted down here. So this is a passive buyer for now. This is how to spot him. You can spot him on the DOM, and you can look over and you can see that this is also a passive buyer from previously. So now you want to watch the stacking and the market behavior after that. You see it's pushing up. It's crossing the spread, stacking above it.
Wild market.
Yeah. So this is how you find a pullback in real time. Like you could go, I'm going to look for this +1 to be a pullback location no matter what, right? This is the trend is it's a 45-degree angle band. So I'm going to watch around here. So I zoom into the DOM once we get to this spot. We have these previous lows. So right now, this is a passive buyer. I don't know if they're going to change their mind in 10 minutes, but for now, that was a passive buyer that turned into active buying. Whoops. I need to figure out how to get this window to be on top all the time.
So maybe I cannot long this anymore. Enough for me this week. Yeah, seriously. My brain refused to understand these longs.
Yeah. This is definitely a Friday. I don't care how much of this market I miss. I'm done. It's done. Totally done. I am cooked from this week.
Yeah.
I finished both my classes.
Week, but I feel
Dasha,
so
I'm very proud.
Share with me.
I got a 98% in both of my classes. Very stoked. Ooh. I got my final project back this morning, and it was 100 points out of 100 points. I'm going to print that baby out for the fridge.
Good job.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, production. I appreciate that. Paulo, you can refresh the DOM in lots of ways. I prefer to have a hotkey. So I just hit Z anytime I want that bid and ask to refresh. But in the settings, you can either assign a hotkey for yourself, or you can choose a time interval to refresh it. Yeah, both are whatever you want to do. I like to be in charge of doing it. Sometimes I let it run all day. Like ES's DOM is it's been running for a very long time. Oh, there's a buyer. There's a bit of a buyer. I'm just doing this. I'm doing this bachelor's degree, but those classes were psychology and sociology.
That's nice.
A lot of it was the psychology one was early childhood development. So a lot of it was just about like
I took this class as well.
You did? Yeah. Oh, did we talk about that? Okay, cool. Yep. I was like, oh, this is why you are the way you are, you little turkey.
I took this class, I know, like it was 2022 at university. I had to take psychology class, so I decided to take kids child psychology class. Don't remember the name. Yeah. It didn't help.
Nope. No, it didn't. Yeah, they don't tell you what to do about it in there. They just tell you why they're little terrorists, but they don't tell you how to fix them.
Yeah.
Yep, same problem. So we came off that. I mean, I haven't reset this really, but we came back here again. 200 spot. Remember, 97 was our big passive buyer, which you can also see right here on the Delta volume profile. And really no volume to speak of. And then we're just continuing to build more volume above. And then we got this guy. We got Mr. 76 up here. We'll see what happens when this fills. See if we can get a new high out of this.
Oh, it's annoying.
NQ is playing much nicer on this trend
Let me see NQ, by the way. I forgot about NQ. So what I saw on these shorts, we got nice up close candle over here. Then next candle failed to take previous candle high and closed bearish. So I entered at the next candle. So I want to enter at the open of next candle. So expected to get reaction. My original stop loss was over here. It was like 2-point stop loss. And aiming for opposite liquidity level. I know, guys, we don't have targets higher. I just don't know what to aim for. But yeah, would like to see, maybe I'm wrong. Like, it's possible. In this bullish market, shorting this, it's always wrong. But yeah, would like to see 74.07 and 74.01. Maybe not today. Maybe it's not going to happen today. Maybe it will happen like next week. But yeah, that's what I saw.
Ron, yeah. So the thing that defines a passive buyer, right? And you can go back and watch the replay of when we were down there. I'll show you on the Delta volume profile. So you see this red? You see this red stuff? This is the best way to think about this is like think about red team versus blue team, right? Blue team is passive selling, active buying. Red team is passive buying, active selling. So if you zoom out and you have some sort of context for like what kind of day we're in, we are currently in a trend up day as far as I categorize them. So you don't have to agree with that, but like for the example, let's just assume that that's true. You're going to want to look for pullbacks to get in. And in order to see places where selling is failing, you look for passive buying, which is more selling than buying, which is going to be a big red negative number, followed by price not being able to go down there. So what happens down here at this moment, and the reason I know it's passive buying is active selling is creating this negative number here, but we are not going any lower. So that means that a buyer is on the other side of that active selling, being passive, absorbing it. And then either the seller gives up or the buyer steps in. Either one results in market orders to the upside. So this is how you can identify these pullbacks. This is how you can identify that kind of market participation. And now the same thing's happening up here. This is a passive seller up here with active buying going into it. So since today is an uptrend, since the whole market is an uptrend, we want to see this buyer win, go higher, and then we'll come back and talk to that buyer again and see if they still want to go higher. So this is a passive seller. This is a passive buyer. This passive seller, we want to lose. This passive buyer, we want to win because we're on the long side today.
Mm-hmm. Not only today.
Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Always. I mean, they had like 2 months of party time. To be fair, the Bears had a great time. I don't know how much more they want.
Stop, Bears.
Everything that goes up must go down first.
Polish
Where is this
sausage, doubles. Is that just a volume indicator you're using on the side, Stowe? I have a delta volume profile and a volume profile. Cool.
Whoa.
Good.
Hello.
Good, Ron. I'm glad
Hey, guys.
that was a good explanation. I've been working on trying to explain this stuff better. It's not easy.
Dude, your how-to videos on the World Wide Web on X are awesome.
Well, I only made one. And it was hard. It's hard to make that stuff. I don't know why.
You did
Yeah,
it
I
though,
don't-
man. Everyone's
Alright.
talking about it. Everybody.
Thanks, Chip. I hope more people look at Adam. That's all that we really cared to do with putting that thing out. Is like, number one, we needed something. But number two, I hope that more people look at this and that, like, can just experience it if they want to.
Yeah, I didn't see the one on Dome. I saw the one on Dome though. That was really good.
The dome one, yeah.
Yeah. Lumi, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Pretty good, man. Are you hanging on to this trade the rest of the day?
Mm-hmm.
It's looking good. I like it.
Drop it.
Yeah. You might
It
be onto
should,
something.
man.
You might be onto something there. Fantastic. Well, you guys did a fantastic job today, as usual.
Thanks,
Let's
Jim.
give
Thank
these two
you.
a round of applause, everybody. Before you guys go, we have a couple of housekeeping things.
All right.
We have an arena challenge, not an arena, a big arena challenge
Yes.
coming up. Link's been in the chat. You could also find it on NinjaTrader.com. $250,000 of prize money. So there it is.
Yeah.
It starts pretty soon. I mean, time flies straight as an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. But the qualifying round number 1 is May 19th. Number 2, May 26th, and June 2nd. And there's cash prizes in the qualifying rounds as well. Now, keep in mind, only register for one. You can't do 2 or 3 qualifying rounds. You only get to try once. Then the final round is the 9th, June 9th. Total prize is $250,000 in cash, not awards or any weird thing you get from other places. This is like cash money in your pocket. So it's going to be super fun. Real-time simulated live trading account. I'm going to do it for sure. It'll be super, super cool. So if you get a chance, pop a registration into that link. So that's kind of number 1. Number 2, next Wednesday, 1 o'clock. I don't have a graphic for this. We'll talk about this next week. Special event, 1 o'clock in the afternoon with Dan Gramsa. So we get to spend an hour with Dan, which is a very rare event. He is a legend in this business, and I've learned just about everything I could think of from him. So lucky to have him next Wednesday. That will be super cool. I might be out of announcements.
Okay. Well, it is Friday.
It is Friday. But thank you guys. I appreciate you. Have a Stowe, I'm seeing you next Friday, baby.
That's right. I'm excited. It's going to be so fun.
Lumi, I'm traveling to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I remember you told me.
Jeez, don't sound so excited.
Is it
You gotta
warm
come join
there?
us.
Lumi, do you want to know how cold it is here? It was 38 degrees this morning. No joke.
I don't care how cold it is.
No,
I
I
get to
don't
hang
want
out with
to go
Stowe.
anywhere. I was about to check. No, I will stay home.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
All right.
We went, I went to the ball game last weekend, and it was like I have a Pirates winter coat. This is how often it's this cold. So yeah.
Well, that's all right. I'll dress warm. We'll be ready to go, baby.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So you're
both.
not going to stream with me on Friday? Still.
Oh no, I'll be there. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Ball game's not until 4:00. So after our stream, I'm gonna run downtown and meet Jim and go eat some steak and then go to ball game from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll be hanging.
I'll be on an airplane, so you won't see me, but Be worth it. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you as usual. Great job. And you guys both have a really great, safe
You
weekend.
too.
And I will
Thanks,
talk to you next
Jim.
week.
Bye,
Thank
Dasha. I'll
you.
see you next week.
Bye, guys.
All right. Well, this is it. End of the week. Edge report right now. Take a look at the E-mini S&P, our main event. I was tapping into the chat about this single break. I mean, it was such 83.3% chance of a single break, and we just couldn't do it. Finally, we did it. And when I'm talking about the IB high, we did it by a little bit, just a baby amount. But the stat proved true because last 6 months, we've never had an IB break. Over the last 6 months, I've never had a non-IB break, I should say. I got to say that right. So odds were in our favor. Sure enough, it happened. Now we're having a really nice sell-off. Now, the one thing that I was a little bit worried about too was that 0DT call resistance. We never really got there. We just missed it by a couple of ticks. That's at 74.25. And then that one-day max right above that. Close enough for government work. It was okay. Point of control is still pretty dominant right now. I mean, this is at 74.18 and a quarter. So we have a lot of trading day left. I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the trading day. Remember, there could be some folks that are going to do some profit taking and take some profits off and put it in their pocket. There could be some folks that want to be risk off for the weekend. So it's not like the end of a month or beginning of a month. So we're kind of into the month. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So are the highs in for the day? My guess is yes, but I could be totally wrong. So don't trade on my guess. In any event, I really like that VWAP here. That VWAP is at session VWAP at 7404. Remember, 7400 was sticky for a long period of time on a daily chart. So we'll see if that could be a destination for later on today. Other than that, bonds and gold are both pretty positively correlated still. Bonds are, it's just sitting around off those 23s, down at 19 right now. And then gold, where is my gold data? Gold is also, gold's up a little bit at 47.23, but they have been going the same way in the last half an hour or so. So keep an eye on that correlation as we go forward here. And then lastly but not leastly, the Bitcoin is still over 80,000. So we'll see if we can keep that baby rolling. So far, so good on the Bitcoin. I want to thank everybody for being here this week. We had a great, fantastic week. A lot of great guests, a lot of great trading, a lot of great traders, the whole thing. One more shout out to Austin. Happy birthday, my friend. Hopefully, I'm going to definitely do a toast to you with my martini o'clock later on today. But happy birthday. Great job. There we go. Great job, all of Mission Control. You guys did awesome, man. Production staff is the best. Thank you for the subscriptions, everybody. I appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live and the thumbs up. And, it's Friday. We're done for the day. And I do want to remind everybody, and this is the most important time to remind everybody, because going into the weekend, we want to celebrate a little bit. But please be safe out there. Be good to each other. And we'll see you Sunday night for the Sunday Night Open.